Hello, everyone, and welcome back to yet another Alpha X production brought to you right here on play.africatv.com/AlphaXSC2. My name is Rushy, and today we will be hosting Group B of the Alpha Pro Series Ultimate Showdown, getting us ready for our main event taking place tomorrow right here on Africa TV. But of course, I couldn't do this alone. I'm joined here by my wonderful co-caster, Black One. Hello, Black One.
Hey, raise the roof.
So glad to have you here today as we look to find two more of our players that will be joining Silky and Sort of in the playoffs of our European versus NA Showdown right here from Alpha X. So we've got a lot of fun games in store for today. We're going to be getting jumped into our first series just almost right away. I mean, it's going to be Future versus Euthermal. It's going to be a TVT we're going to start off with today. How you feeling there, Black One? I know you really like Terran.
Man, TVT best matchup in the game. All the other races are just too strong.
Too strong.
Too strong. You need any other proof? Maru lost in GSL today.
Oh, those spoilers. Okay. But I see what you're saying. I mean, I suppose universally everyone in the world can agree that Zerg is OP and Protoss is just trying their best. So we'll talk about this at a later point here, but we are already set into our first match. So we'll go ahead and get our players introduced. I have a black screen currently. There we go. It's like OBS, like, hello, OBS, hello. Okay, there we go. All right. Let's go ahead and introduce our player. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Everdream. It's our red Terran player. Playing for Team Liquid. Give it up for Euthermal.
And spawning in the top right corner, he's the blue Terran player representing our team, Alpha X. He is the future of Terran, Future.
All right. Well, we have, like I said, some more fun games going for us today, but this is only our second day of production. Of course, this is an invitational tournament where we've invited 8 players, 4 from the North American region and 4 from the European region to compete for a prize pool that is rather substantial, I would say. All of our players are competing for a $200 first place prize, and it just kind of goes down from there. So $350 total. Makes for some very, very fun games here. Of course, yesterday we had our first Group A, and a little bit of a surprise with Silky getting out in first place. Very, very exciting stuff. So I don't know if anybody saw that coming, and judging by what I saw on Twitter, I don't know if Silky saw that coming. So Silky had some excitement in his day. Of course, Sort of joins him in the Group A winnings as well. Clem and Disc sent packing at this point. And today we're going to crown 2 more group winners to join Silky and Sort of. We'll have to see if Namshar is able to join the Zerg duo from Group A, or if it's going to be Protoss and Terran securing more spots.
While I agree that you mentioned one of the big upsets of yesterday, you forgot one other big upset. Don't you remember that Clem didn't make it out of the group? Like the big Clem, the miracle child.
That is
for Terran?
That is true. That is very true. Yeah, Clem not showcasing his best play yesterday in Group A, especially coming off of the heels of a lot of outstanding play in ESL and DreamHack tournaments. But we may have to put that on hold here for just a little bit. Future coming into Euthermal's natural with a couple of Reapers here to deal a little bit of damage. Only one Reaper of Euthermal, making it difficult to zone back, but getting a lot of damage done. It does pick off one of the Reapers and will eventually polish that off, but it comes at the cost of a couple of workers.
That move was so cute, and if you don't pay close attention as the opponent, this move is just brilliant. Bringing an SCV to tank the first few shots of the bunker so your Reapers can get in practically unharmed. It's just amazing play by Future. And now he gets the scout. He loses the Reaper. Okay. Not a big deal. Got the scout off. He knows what's coming. And from here on out, Future should feel pretty confident.
Yeah, I think so. Future's definitely grabbed the information that he needs, and I think Future feels maybe a little bit of I hate to call it like an ability gap, but I mean, Euthermal's been around this scene for a very long time. He has a lot of very large victories on his accomplishment list, and Future, while claiming a lot of positive wins in his category, I think might feel like he has a little bit to prove here and wants to make sure that he doesn't just get rolled over by his opponent. So doing everything he can to play with a little bit of tongue-in-cheek, but also doing his due diligence to make sure he doesn't get surprised by anything funky.
Yeah, I completely agree. And we are watching a battle of generations almost. Euthermal, one of those Terrans that came up in the foreign scene just about when Legacy of the Void really kicked in, and Future, one of the really new players. Like, he has been performing for 2 years now. I'm not sure. I think he mentioned something like 2018 as the first time he hit Grandmasters in the Pick podcast. So obviously, really young player with a lot of talent against one of the veterans of the scene who saw everything and who almost did everything. He won an IEM. He went across the ocean. He saw big players. He beat big players. Like, Euthermal, really good Terran player.
Well, both players mirroring a lot of the choice making at this point. Both getting into stim, slowly producing some tanks, getting those Vikings out. Typical TVT affair. But it looks like it's going to be Future moving out initially. He does have a couple of Ravens, and I think that's where they do differ. Oh, no, wait. No, they're both running 2 Ravens. I mean, it's almost identical unit composition and unit count, but it is going to be Future moving out onto the map just a little bit quicker. Now, good scouting from Euthermal is going to see Future moving out onto the base. So Euthermal's going to have an opportunity to be able to position himself. He's already doing so with the air army, but I mean, Future he's got a long time to wait. I mean, his stim is very close to being done, but his +1 is only now started. He's not going to be able to have that for this initial push. And behind this, I mean, Euthermal is going to get sieged up at his 3rd base. I mean, what do you make of this, Black One?
Well, obviously, Euthermal wants to defend his 3rd base because that's the point to attack. But Future might just try to siege the production line, because I think from that cliff on you can still hit the factory, and that's what he's about to do. He's hitting the tech lab, so Future tank production will be a problem, but the Viking count is just so big for Euthermal. Gets a tank out and clears pretty much all of the air that Future had at that point. Future reinforcing now, so better be careful, Euthermal. You might have to get into a position that to fight this.
Well, and this is where things are going to get interesting for Future, because Euthermal is trying to posture on the north side of Future's army here. Essentially, Future could potentially get sandwiched, but he is going to reposition onto the high ground here. The tanks for Euthermal are going to be caught out of position, and now the tanks are going to have to siege a lot further back than they intended. It's going to be tanks of Future actually losing out in the end, but once again, Future's able to cut off the reinforcement line. He still has a pretty good vision arc of what's happening on both sides. And, I mean, this puts Euthermal at a bit of a standstill. He's going to have to wait to get more of those tanks out, as that tech lab was shut down. In fact, only now is that tank production on its way. But now Future doesn't want to toss away his army. He's just going to unsiege and roll back. And that's just going to continue our game forward here.
Yeah, while I I believe this is super annoying for Euthermal to deal with. There wasn't too much damage done. He got his third base up. The only thing that really isn't good for him in that position is that his tank count is way lower than Future's tank count is, because he did lose that tech lab. And a tech lab, approximately one tank to when you talk in build times. And like, those are 2 tanks less that you get. Not the best thing if you're trying to go heads on in a tank marine kind of style.
Well, we're going to have to see this drop here that's coming. It's going to be 16 Marines on the north side of the base. Really, Future is in a position where he can anchor this down. His units are going to lag behind just a little bit, but it's not going to come at the cost of a whole lot of his production buildings. Fortunately, those sensor towers do go up. Some very careless microing here by Future. One of those tanks does get dangerously low, so maybe gets a little more damage off than he probably expected Euthermal to do. 5 workers come at the cost of it. Those sensor towers will be able to help pick that up. And it's going to be Euthermal coming across now. He has a slight army lead, but I think he's going to have a positional lead in terms of where Future posted this third base.
Position in TVT is everything. You need to know where your opponent is to siege your tanks and to siege them before your opponent does. And if you create that movement on the map and keep your opponent guessing, that's pretty much what you're trying to do. Now, with those sensor towers out, you can't really keep him guessing, but you can catch him unsieged with those scans and possibly get a good engagement. Now he's going onto those tanks. He fights on the high ground and he's taking down a lot of tanks and marines. The siege tanks shelling at the planetary, and the 4th base will be taken down.
Well, and that was a moment where I feel like Future could have gotten on top of everything. He is going to try and repair this planetary fortress, and at least for now, it is going to stay put. But Future is just going to move out across the map. He's going to try and lay siege onto the 4th base of Euthermal. He's going to grab a lot of those workers here. 7 workers falling almost immediately, and that planetary fortress is never going to be allowed to complete. And unless Euthermal gets brave and tries to engage at the planetary fortress, I mean, he's not going to get this shelled down. He's not in range of grabbing those SCVs on splash damage, and they can just continue to repair. Future has more than enough economy to be able to continue doing that. And Future's going to show back up at home. He's killed 10 workers. He's killed a planetary fortress, and now he's going to try and shut down this army.
Well, while I agree that this is not perfect for Euthermal, I really think it was a good idea to just stay there with those tanks, because keeping those SCVs mining takes them away from keep them repairing takes them away from mining, and it also costs Future a lot of money. And now Euthermal is just trying to pick him apart. He's moving in at the 3rd base. He's taking down the sensor tower, and now the base will most likely fall as well.
And Future is actually behind on his upgrades. Only now did he finally finish his 2-2 upgrade, while Euthermal is already working on his +3. So a lot of the engagement happened while Future was at an upgrade disadvantage. So now he is able to try and push this all back, but he's down so much army supply here, 109 to 83, and this drop in the main is getting so much damage done. He does pick off a few of the medevacs, but again, it comes at a large cost here. 6 more workers going down. He's lost a handful of units, but somehow Euthermal still lost more, so Future trying to hang on here.
Euthermal really creating those gaps in Future's defense. He's putting on pressure on the one side, and then he drops into the main. He's putting pressure on at the 3rd base, and then he just picks up everything, boosts into the main, and takes out production buildings, which is extremely annoying if you're a Terran, because all of those add-ons need to be rebuilt for your production to really have value. And now we see what other people could call chess, because TVT is basically about moving your units the right way, and Uthermal is doing that. He has a drop in the main, and the main army is moving at the fourth base, but what is that? A big run by Future.
I mean, his Future, does he think he's playing Zerg right now? This feels a lot like Zerg play, having to deflect all of those drops. This is an absolutely gutsy call by Uthermal, dropping all of the army on top of the siege outside of the fourth base. And, I mean, this is just so scrappy here, but I think Uthermal is going to have blocked this just enough. He's going to try and defend this planetary, but there's just no army here to deal any damage. The drop in the main still has not been dealt with. The push at Uthermal's fourth has been blocked, and I just don't think Future's got a whole lot more to hang on here.
That drop on top of those tanks was so brilliant. He saw all of the Marines were out of position. What's there to defend the tanks? Nothing. So he just picked everything up and boosted right on top of those tanks. He dropped the Marines and made the tanks kill themselves.
Yeah, well, and this is another situation here where we're looking at an upgrade disadvantage. I mean, still only 2-2 from Future, but Uthermal also has +1 on his tanks. So every time he shells, he gets yet another advantage here. And the Planetary Fortress finally falls. Too many SCVs killed, and that will finally fall. He does replace the command center at what would be the normal third base location, but this is going to be very difficult for Future to try and play back from. He's just down so much supply, and Uthermal knows that. He is just going to jump on in. The boys get pulled off of the third base. They're going to immediately get shredded. 20 workers go down, and I think that's all it takes. GG is called, and Uthermal taking game number 1, showing Future just what experience brings to this matchup. GG.
Man, I really expected Uthermal to go for some mech play, but to be honest, I'm not mad. That TVT bio play is just super strong.
Yeah, again, like I was watching the Terran player, it's like, does Uthermal think he's playing against Zerg? I mean, he's dropping in the back of the base. He's taking that forward fourth. He's trying to siege it down. And, I mean, he was playing very, very well. He was forcing Future to stretch. And that's something that I don't see a lot out of Future's playstyle, is he doesn't embrace the playstyle of a lot of the Korean Terrans, like Special, for example, where you're dropping in 2 or 3 different locations and sieging up the middle with a big chunk of his army. That could potentially play against him, against an opponent that does enjoy that style, or at least knows, hey, if I play against an opponent like Future, if I spread him too far thin, I know that I can capitalize on a moment where he's got not as much army where it needs to be. And that's exactly what we saw.
Yeah, Uthermal just really putting on pressure on one side and then abusing the fact that Future had to deal with the pressure. Like, you can't just leave 4 tanks and a bunch of Marines unguarded at your fourth base. So Future was focusing on that threat, and meanwhile there was a 2 medevac drop going into the main, and that's just all she wrote. Basically, as soon as you get in there, as soon as you start to break the rhythm of your opponent's production, you just get so far ahead in TVT.
Well, we're gonna have to see if Future's got anything up his sleeve here against his opponent. We're gonna be jumping to Eternal Empire here for map number 2. And I mean, this is a strong map for Terran in general, but in a mirror matchup, Black One, what do you think is going to be on the table here? Is there any specific matchup that players like to go on Eternal Empire?
Well, I don't know about you, but every time I think of Eternal Empire and TVT, I start to think about, wait, didn't Innovation and Maru play this game? Please play this game, yes, but also this map in the last season of GSL, and then Innovation went for a double proxy battle cruiser. I was like, I want to see more of this. And while it is a really cheesy strategy, I hope we get to see it.
I think so. It'll be interesting to see what happens here in game number 2. We're gonna have to see who comes out the victor. Is it this player spawning in the top right-hand corner? Our blue Terran player playing for the home team, Alpha X. Give it up for Future.
And he is liquid. He is red. And he's a Terran. Give it up for the Dutch player, Uthermal.
Okay. So already a marked difference here. Double gas out of our red Terran player. What do you smell in the air here, Black One?
Okay, so I don't smell any cheese, except Future is trying to go for something with that SCV. No, just scouting for proxy barracks. I think this is going to be really standard play by Uthermal. We will have to see how much gas he mines after he takes the factory. You usually take 3 SCVs out of gas for standard play. Let's see how much gas we have in, how many SCVs we have in the gas for Uthermal. Because that will basically tell us how he's going to play it. And it looks like he's just going to play it standard.
I'm not certain here. We've got an SCV kind of lingering at the third base location here, just south of Future, and I don't know if that's just waiting to scout, but it sure feels like it's postured in a position to maybe build a proxy starport. Oh, nope, it looks like it's just going to be used to mitigate a little bit of damage here, but the Marine's going to be able to come out and immediately Future's on top of me. He goes, wait a minute, that's my strategy. What are you doing? So he picks that off. Now the bunker's going to go down, and I think that slows down Uthermal's scout, at least just a little bit.
Future just with a great anticipation of something like this happening, because he had the extra SCV in place, and he did go for the second unit before adding any add-ons. That way he had a Reaper, he had a Marine, and a Reaper and a Marine plus an SCV just kill a Reaper and a SCV at any day and time.
Well, we still don't see anything too consequential coming out of Uthermal's base. I mean, he did take that extra gas, but it looks like all he's invested it in right now is just a Cyclone at this point. So wanting to try and mitigate maybe a Viking flying on in, or maybe a medevac with a quick drop. But I guess we saw that in map number 1, but it looks like he's going to continue committing into that, throwing down yet another Cyclone here. It looks like it delayed the starport by just a little bit, as the Raven's already coming out here for Future. We'll have to see if Uthermal goes in the same direction. But it feels like a little bit of a slow ramp up here for both of our players.
Well, the style with 2 Cyclones is just super safe against pretty much anything. Like, drops won't get in. You, if your opponent decides to go for any kind of cheeky Hellion build, just nothing happens to you. And he's getting the quick 3rd CC afterwards, so he will be really well secured when it comes to any attacks, and you will be able to have to get a lot of economic advantages as well.
All right, well, the Reaper and the Hellions of Future separate here into the main and the natural. Not gonna really find a whole lot of damage. The Reaper actually getting pinned in the back right corner, so I don't think that is gonna be able to survive. But the scouting information was clear. He's swung through and has seen that 3rd command center coming up. His response behind this, I mean, is to throw down a 3rd CC of his own, and it's just, I think both players really expecting maybe a little bit of shenanigans coming out of each other's camps, but not finding a whole lot. So they're just going to both advance normally here. But now Uthermal is going to swing on the top side with these Cyclones. These will probably try to find a little bit of damage, and Future needs to make sure that those Ravens don't get caught out of position, because those will immediately fall to Cyclone pressure. Okay,
so what Uthermal was looking for is those Ravens. You can tell by the way the Cyclones were moving. but he did not catch them, and the Ravens are putting up some pressure in Euthermal's natural. Now another Raven going into the main, but they are Marine stationed to catch it before it can deal any damage. The auto turret will get some SCV kills. 1. Okay.
Yeah, 5 total though. That's a pretty significant amount between the two mineral lines.
Totally agree, especially since Future was already ahead, since he got that first command center just a tiny bit quicker. He did get more SCVs out, and he did get mules just a tiny bit faster.
So now we see the production of Future start to spike here. He's grabbing those Vikings, starting to get that tank and Marine count online, and Stim Pack already on the way for Future. I think Future's going to try and line this up with a little bit of a timing here, but he does need to clean that out. And excuse me, I'm apparently missing lots and lots of worker kills. We've got 10 SCVs going down. I guess I'm trying to figure out where.
I think the UI is just telling you that there are 5 additional worker kills to the 5 we just saw.
Okay.
The Raven just managed to get in once again, and Euthermal decided, okay, I have enough, and built that turret. He did decide to go for mech this time around, and I think Euthermal made a great decision, because Eternal Empire is just a great mech map. Big mech map.
Yeah, so now we are going to see both of our players just continue posturing, but look at that supply count here for Future. Future jumping ahead just a little bit, 121 to 103. He does grab a little bit of an army advantage, but it's also on the back of a worker advantage as well, and that comes down to the 11 SCV kills that he was able to grab with those Ravens, getting so much value. And in fact, did he lose a single Raven? No, those Ravens are still out on the map. They're still going to provide that extra coverage, and this is going to be a good position for Future to play from. So he's just going to anchor himself down, throwing down those missile turrets on the north side of his base to prevent any drop play from potentially messing up what caught him in game number 1. And I think he's going to get ready for a little push out.
Yeah, I completely agree. This is a great timing for him. He has a lot of energy on those Ravens, so he can just disable all the tanks that Euthermal has. And as soon as those tanks are disabled, what's going to save Euthermal here? He did not get the chance to get the big tank count up. He doesn't have that many Hellions to support those tanks. And, well, Future is just moving in now. Oh boy, Euthermal, you better be careful with those Ravens.
I think actually Future needs to also be the one that plays it safe here as well. Euthermal has a great concave here. He has a couple of choke points that the units are going to be able to get in on top of. About the only thing that is going to be a vulnerable target here is the gas on the right-hand side, and that is immediately going to fall. That's going to force Euthermal's hand. He's going to have to try and pivot. All of the tanks get shut down as everything piles on forward. Ravens drop down a anti-armor missile on all of Euthermal's forces, but right now the tanks of Future only now able to start shooting once again, and all the tanks get cleaned up on the low ground. I don't think Euthermal lost a single tank, and that was going to be the power of his positioning. He does toss away gas at the beginning, but doesn't lose a whole lot of workers and is able to hold on to the tank count, and that puts him in a pretty decent exchange position.
Future just didn't quite control this well enough. He did have a lot of energy on those Ravens, but the Ravens just got off one anti-armor missile, which hit the tank CS, but those tanks just sieged and all of Future's tanks were disabled. If you don't have tanks that shell at your opponent, well, he is going to do what you can't. And, well, we saw what happens if 6 to 8 tanks just go at it.
Oh, and this is another scenario here for Future, where Future is leaving the top ridge of a base exposed, not taking the base up at the 12 o'clock position first. that caught him off guard on Everdream, where his opponent was able to abuse the high ground vision of that lower base. And Euthermal's going to kind of play to that same expectation here. He ends up taking the 6 o'clock base, protects himself from a little bit of that high ground abuse. Future doesn't really have what he needs at this point. He is starting that Liberator count. He's starting to get ready to posture up once again. But trying to replace that tank count is proving to be a difficult task. Now, some Marines are going to get left behind here to clean up the Hellions of Euthermal, and half of them are going to go down. The other half tried to drop into the natural, but a good tank coverage there will prevent that from getting any major damage done. Ultimately, I think these Marines are going to have to pick up and leave, but they're gonna die for the cause of their fight, and I don't know if that's exactly what Future needs to do.
Well, Future is trying to get in everywhere, but Euthermal just always seems one step ahead. He has Vikings to deal with the Liberator, and even if those Vikings are not enough, he already started Thor production, so those will just take care of the Viking. The only thing that I'm worried about is losing this base, because Euthermal needs this base and needs the gas that it provides. He is pushing forward and is trying to force Future back a little. He did get a nice siege off, and I expect him to move in even more. The Stim Bio is running in now, but there are just so many tanks.
Yeah, and that's where Euthermal's strength comes into play here. I mean, he's still rocking those same tanks he built at the beginning of the game, so he's had more resources to invest into Thors, to invest into more Vikings, to help mitigate some of that damage, and that's where Future is falling behind just a little bit here, but is going to reposition here on the left-hand side. The tanks do get sieged up and will start raining down onto the Bio. The Bio already stimmed down, is in very vulnerable position, and there are no medevacs at this point, so Bio gonna try and get on top, but everything is so dangerously low, all orange, all red, and it's gonna have to push off here. Future losing a lot of his army value, and he doesn't really trade out any workers of Euthermal for the time.
I'm surprised this went so well for Euthermal, because he did seem out of position. All of his tanks were still at the 4th base, while Future was already completely focused on running into that 3rd base, and he did get into a great position, but he did not have the tanks to zone Euthermal out, and he did not commit to it enough to make it work. Now Euthermal is able to push across the map, and he has a big mech ball.
Oh, this is going to be very, very difficult here for Future to try and stop. These Thors are going to be able to take out everything protecting the air here. The tank count very, very low. The only upside is that he does have a pretty decent concave, so tanks firing from both the left and the right-hand side, but I think this is only going to last for so long here. Eventually, Euthermal will be able to shove forward as Future is trying desperately to get his economy up on the backside. Some Hellions are going to try and cause extra problems, but right now, Future is able to hold down this ramp, but the question is for how long?
Well, Future... Sorry, I got confused for a little. Future is now trying to go into Raven, which is a great move against the type of mech that Euthermal is playing, because you can disable all of those units, and with the reactor upgrade for the Raven, you have enough energy to do so as well. And as soon as those tanks are disabled, or even the Thor are disabled, what's going to stop the Bio Ball from just rolling over everything? Euthermal needs to be really careful with how he engages in the upcoming fights, and he needs to focus fire those Ravens down immediately. He's getting into a nice position right now where he will be able to just push towards that upper 4th base location and siege both lower and higher ground, but it looks like he will just try to deal with the low ground expansion first. Future has tanks on the high ground, which is always nice to have the high ground vision, but with Liberators sieged already on top of him, Future is looking at a hard time.
Yeah, this is a very difficult position for Future to try and play from. Euthermal has great angles here, working on that high ground and that low ground. Already taking off one of the the orbital commands, and he is just going to try and push on forward here. He's going to bully his way in, picking off those tanks with the Thors. There isn't enough DPS here to really stop this slow push, and the Thors are just going to work on that planetary, and there is absolutely nothing to stop that push. But here comes the bio from all sides here. This is going to cause a little bit of problems here. Some of the tanks do get shut down by the disruption matrices, but I think it is going to just be enough for Future. I think he's just barely going to be able to squeak this out. All the tanks do go down. I think all the Thors are going to get picked off at well. It does come at a great cost, though. Most of Future's army does get taken care of. And actually, that one Thor just barely hanging on with a tank. That might be enough here. Future has sacrificed a lot of minerals and a lot of gas to make that happen. And I don't know if he's in a position where he can really re-secure that fourth base without running into problems. And Euthermal already repiling his mech forces on his side of the map. He's up 30 supply, and I think Euthermal's totally fine taking that type of trade.
Yeah, that one Thor just stood there in best Arnold Schwarzenegger manner. He just stood there and went like, "Come on me, kill me!" And the Marauder just ran for it, but his friend, the tank, just wouldn't let him die.
Well, Future is going to be able to swing out and secure yet another base, which I think is a little surprising given the way that specific engagement went. And suddenly Euthermal is finding himself even on supply with Future. His army count is slow to remass, mostly just because of the way mech operates. Bio is always going to remax just a little bit quicker, but it's going to be a matter of whether or not Future has enough firepower to be able to deal with this, as Euthermal does throw out to the same base count here. Army supply wise, they are rather close. Right now, Future has a bit of an engagement issue, but we're going to have to see if it's enough here. The tank spread is rather good, but so is Future's engagement here, coming in on multiple sides. Those Liberators are not going to be able to siege up in time to get a lot of damage done, but there aren't that many Marines left either, so it's mostly Marauder left on the ground. Finally, they will get cleaned up, but there's nothing to deal with these Marauders. Suddenly, this is a base that is completely under fire.
Future just had the perfect engagement. He came in from every angle, and while Euthermal's tanks were really spread on that location, they were not able to cover everything. He just had 3 or 4 tanks. That's not enough. That's barely enough to stop what's left of Future, and Future is just going to roll everything. The CCs are being lifted because there are no Marines, but how are you going to deal with all of those Marauders, because those tanks will not do barely enough damage?
Well, the issue that Future's running into right now is he is rather stimmed. He doesn't have a whole lot of a means of healing this, but just the raw firepower takes down that planetary fortress and takes down 10 more workers with it. That might be just enough damage to help sink this win here in game number 2. And he's going to rotate up to the right-hand side. He picks off yet another planetary fortress. Now Medevac's going to get added into the mix. Some of this army will get healed back up. And I think we're going to see a game number 3 here, Black One. I think Future's done just enough here to secure this win.
I think you're a fortune teller, because you just saw the Future and his win.
Yeah, well played. And I mean, I'm certain that there would be a lot of people that would go, wait, Bio against Mech? When does that ever work? The Future showing that it's a perfectly viable playstyle and secures himself a win in this series. And that's going to take us to a game number 3 here. Now, to keep in mind, because this is an NA versus EU battle, we are flip-flopping on servers. So, we were just on the NA server, both players winning once on their home server. I wonder if that's going to have any effect on the outcome of this series. What do you think, Black One? Is Future going to want to play into a bio style when he knows that his ping's going to be a little bit higher?
Well, I think if we look at this bio style out of Future, it looks super strong. Even the first match, we had points where we were like, okay, this is pretty good for Future. In the end, Euthermal just got those drops into the main base to disrupt all of those production cycles that Future was going through. But if that doesn't happen, I think we see a pretty even game, and I hope we see some battle cruisers in this one. I know Submarine is a really small map, but come on, can a boy dream?
Well, we're going to have to see where it heads here in game number 3, but so far, some excellent games. Great opportunity here as we get set up into game number 3. Check out that match arena link at the top of the chat here. APSUS7 is the code to use to add 50 cents to the prize pool. Definitely a great opportunity to help support these two players because it's possible one of them or both of them might benefit from the prize pool money at the end of this event. And of course, it's just a good thing to do in general as we support StarCraft 2 and esports here in 2020. So firing up here, game number 3. It is going to be on Submarine, one of the smaller maps in the pool. Both of these players have shown some fun games on the large maps where they can spread out and do some cool things. But I wonder if our players will adapt to the smaller maps in the pool. So let's go ahead and jump on in as we introduce our players. Spawning in the bottom right, our blue Terran, playing for Team Liquid, looking for one more win to advance onto the winner's match. Give it up for Euthermal.
And the one who just lost. He is the future of Terran. He is Terran and Red. He is future.
Okay. Well, we're going to start off with a snooze fest here. Both players building barracks in their main bases. No, I think...
You expected some Reaper proxy shenanigans?
Look, I'm just saying, I mean, if Euthermal knows he's in a position where he may have a server advantage, wouldn't it be fun? I mean, just to run 2 SCVs out here. Just make some Reapers and have a good time.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, it's an idea. But now, okay, so this is going to be gas at the same time from both of our players. So my Zerg is showing here as I'm trying to piecemeal out the different openings here from both of our players as we get in. But it is going to be a very quick scout out of Euthermal, taking a peek to see what his opponent is actually up to.
Well, it looks like we are just facing mirror builds. So far, everything looks the same, and well, if anything calls mirror matchup, it's mirror builds, right?
It's true. It's true. So we got Reaper coming out for both players. Is going to be a second Reaper out for both players as well, and yeah. I mean, it doesn't look like we're going to see any shenanigans at this point, and that's not really surprising. I mean, both players are pretty straight up macro style. We don't see a whole lot of shenanigans unless they're going to go up against somebody that might draw that out of them. Like maybe we would see, gosh, I'm trying to even think of a player that would maybe draw that kind of play style. Not really a whole lot of foreign Terrans. Maybe Big Gabe, just because they'd want the memes of it all.
Why did he just attack his own SCV?
Oh, he didn't.
Don't do that.
It was a Reaper.
Oh, it was?
Yeah.
Oh my god. I just thought, hey, I see a Reaper attacking. I didn't see the blue Reaper, and I was like, did he just throw his own grenade?
I thought the same thing too. I was a little confused, but yeah, I saw that Reaper just leap down out of the way in the last second. Well, this is interesting here. Future's going to go for a more defensive posture. It's going to throw down that tank to begin with.
Okay, actually, I think he's looking to go aggressive, but he will hit a later timing than Euthermal, because what Future is doing here I've seen Dream do a couple of times. He will just go for a really quick tank and a medivac, boost across the map, and try to set up a siege in front of his opponent's base, which works great if you get there. He follows it up with a Viking and then a Liberator, just to have the air dominance and to take down his opponent's natural, or to at least put pressure on. But Euthermal, he is going for that Banshee, which can be the perfect counter to what Future is trying to do.
Well, especially if there is no Raven out, which right now, just a starport without a tech lab. So no Raven on the way, and without an engineering bay, I mean, there's no chance for him to even build missile turrets. That Banshee alone could get so much damage done, and right now, okay, that is going to throw a tech lab down onto the starport, so they're... Okay, now the Raven is going to be on the way, so that will help out. He might actually bump into the Banshee here with his... Oh, and he does. Okay, so Future knows this is coming. That Raven's going to eventually be onto the field. Banshee Cloak is just now finishing up. Those Marines buying as much time as humanly possible before this Raven's able to come out. It's only halfway done. And at this point, okay, gonna use the scan as well. That's a great use of resources here. Future able to mitigate that damage and put himself in a position where now he can get across with all of these Marines and tanks.
Oh, I love the idea of Future. He's either going for the main base, or he will just siege at that third base location. I think you can hit the ramp with those tanks and just deny any units to get in. But Liquid Thermi, he was already expecting something like this, and now the tanks are sieged in the main and are putting pressure on the mineral lines of Euthermal.
And he's already blocked all of the Banshee damage back at home, so he's just getting free reign here. The tanks are completely out of position. There's nothing here for Euthermal to help reposition against this army. 10 workers already down. The factory is in vision too, and the tanks are going to be free to hit that. So it's very possible that one more tank might not be added into the mix here. And at this point, I don't know what Euthermal has in him to be able to shut this down. More workers rallying, or more units rallying across the map, and still, Future has not been shut down in the main base until just this moment. Finally, one tank does fall, but now there's pressure down at the front of the base. These tanks cannot cover both positions, and suddenly, I think Future is in position. Is he gonna secure the second win?
Well, Future did bring some SCVs as well, so those boys will just keep on punching and boxing against everything that Euthermal has to offer, and those Ravens will get money shots off right there, because the Raven here is what really puts on a lot of pressure onto Euthermal. If he isn't careful with the positioning of his Vikings, those Ravens might get the disable off onto those tanks, and from there on out, you don't want to be in Euthermal's shoes.
Future is in a bit of an interesting position here, though. Both players still operating off of 2 base economy, so even though Future has 60 workers, he's really not making full advantage of this just yet. But now the orbital command does start to float out to the third base. Euthermal is starting to build at least enough of a force to be able to shove this back, and Future's got to be careful. He's very susceptible to a counter push here that just shuts him down if he's not very aware of what's going on. But now we do see that third base landing on site. Future will be able to start spiking his production, and I think Future senses that he could potentially be in danger here. He just picks up and goes back home. Now he's going to be able to re-siege at his third base. He can use that economy to his advantage, and suddenly we're probably going to watch his army supply just continue to eclipse Euthermal's.
Well, just look at that production tab. We have twice as much going on for Future right now. His +1/+1 is close to finishing as well. Stim is just about to finish, and everything is screaming Future of Terran.
Okay, Euthermal is going to try and position here on the high ground onto the left. Now, Future only now getting sieged into position. This is not a good tank position for him to play from. I think those tanks are in range. No, they're just outside of range. So right now, Vikings are going to get chased down here. Some good disruption matrices off of Future will make those very susceptible to damage. And in fact, they do get jumped on top of. A little bit of up and down play here by both players. But Future is able to hold these tanks in place with just 2 of his own. And once again, more production coming out here. More Marauders will be able to deal with those tanks a lot more efficiently. We have concussive shells already done. Combat shield is taken care of as well. But Future just going to jump on top of this here. Both players unsiege, and it is going to be Future getting on top with a lot of bio here. 2 tanks get sieged onto the backside, but I don't think it's going to be enough. GG is called, and Future taking that 2-1 victory, bringing himself back from the brink, and moves on to the winner's match.
That Alpha X energy, my man, it just shows off once again. Well.
Wow. Some very good plays by Future. I know Future came into that match maybe concerned that he was going to be the underdog, but moves himself in pretty convincing fashion. We're going to see him jumping into the winner's match here. That'll be played after our next matchup between our other 2 players of Group B in Namshar and Gerald. So we are going to take a short break. And when we return, it's going to be our second match of Group B. You guys are watching the Alpha Pro Series Ultimate Showdown, NA versus EU. My name is Rushy. I'm here with Black One. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back right after this. Why, hello there, and welcome back, folks. We're getting set and ready for the second match of the day here in Group B of the Alpha Pro Series Ultimate Showdown, NA versus EU. My name is Rushy. Of course, I'm here with Black One. As we get ready to cover our next matchup, it's going to be a ZVP, Namshar versus Geralt. And of course, here in Group B, we also just got done seeing Future versus Euthermal, and both those players already playing their first match. But we've got some outstanding players here. But let's go ahead and talk about our next matchup here in Namshar versus Geralt. Black One, you want to talk to us a little bit about your thoughts on this upcoming matchup?
Well, it's a PvZ. To be honest, I've been really interested in PvZ lately because I think the latest changes to the balance of that matchup did make some difference. Like, obviously, Baneling still one-shot probes with +2 attack, but you know, we're seeing more of those later stages of the game, which is really nice, and I really want to see it. I want to see those carriers. Give them to me. Give me that -400 meme. I don't care. I just want to see it. And if I'm being honest, I think both of those players have the skills and the time to do so.
You couldn't see my face because my face is running to OBS and not in Discord. But when you mentioned carriers, like the horrified look on my face was just absolutely like present here. Like, carriers, no. I'm ready to see like 19 drones and we just crash a whole bunch of banelings into a pylon and we just watch all the people type in chat like, oh, Zergus OP. What I'm ready for.
You are just too NA, man.
I mean, I gotta represent my homeboys here in North America. I've got to.
Let's see how much NA is in Namshar since he moved to NA. Maybe the ladder impacted him a little bit.
You know, they always say you're a product of your surroundings, and we're gonna have to see how much of the cheese has worked its way into Namshar's bloodstream as we get set and ready to go here. I think we do have a great opportunity to talk about one of our great sponsors in Manscaped. Now, of course, legally, our wonderful admin Sushi told me that I'm not allowed to demonstrate Manscaped's amazing products live on stream. For that, you're gonna have to catch a different stream. But we do have a great ad here that we'll go ahead and run and let you know all of the great things Manscaped is bringing to Alpha X and some of the products that you can expect to find from them. So we're going to check that ad here really fast, and when we come back, we're going to be set and ready to go for Namshar versus Geralt. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back. My name is Rushy, and thanks for watching our StarCraft 2 content brought to you by Alpha X. Productions like this are made possible by support from our sponsors, like Manscaped. Their state-of-the-art line of grooming products, which features skin-safe technology, practically eliminates nicks or scratches, and has new, easily replaceable blades to ensure you're always getting the perfect shaves. Manscaped has other equally innovative grooming products for men, like their anti-chafing deodorant, body wash, and signature cologne, so that you're always feeling clean and smelling great. Make sure to click on Manscaped's sponsor quests and use the code MACHERINO at checkout to get 20% off your next purchase. Manscaped, refining the gentleman. Thank you for supporting Alpha X, and thank you for considering checking out our awesome sponsors. Now, let's head back to the action. Oh, we're back in. Okay. Hello. Thank you so much, Past Rushy, for talking to us all about the amazing sponsorship that Manscaped brings to our organization. We're so grateful for everything that they do. Please do consider checking out their website. Take advantage of the opportunity to get 20% off of your next purchase. As you can tell, I mean, I'm rocking the lack of facial hair. I can't tell, Black One. Are you? He's got a beard going. Ah, I suppose. So. One of us clearly showcasing what Manscaped can bring to you, and the other one showing you just how to be an intensely attractive gentleman here as we jump into game number 1 of our matchup. I'm not going to tell you who is the more handsome between the two of us, but I am going to say it's definitely not a North American. So let's go ahead.
Come on.
Let's go ahead and jump in here. I know you're flattered. I know. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Everdream to our red Protoss player. Playing for Team Exxon. Give it up for Geralt.
And spawning in the bottom left, he is the blue Zerg player. He is Namsha.
Ooh. Playing for Infinity Gaming.
Dun, 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 dun.
I think maybe that should be my next path in the StarCraft 2 world. What if we could just come up with all sorts of jingles? X on, X off, X on, X off, the esports.
Yes, please.
I mean, that one, I might have just
X, Alpha X.
Oh.
Which would be your first team to write a jingle for?
Let's see. I mean, I can already can already feel my Discord starting to blow up from like Sushi and Vitamin and Miguel. Like, hey, Rushy, we got some ideas here.
Okay. Let's exclude Alpha X.
Oh, okay. That's actually a good question here, but I feel like probably need to talk about the game. So they've given me an opportunity to think about it. Don't worry. But we've got a little bit of a wall going down here at the front. Namshar did open pool first, but I have a difficult time seeing this going much further than just initial aggression here out of these Zerglings here. Already going out to a third base here. I think Namshar is just kind of faking the initial pressure, but he is going to get a lot of damage done on this gateway. But with the second Zealot coming out here, that is going to shut most of this down. He's not going to want to sacrifice his Zerglings unless there's speed. And as you can see, I mean, this is gasless. There's no speed on the way. This is just going to be enough to deal a little bit of damage, but he is going to wiggle around all of those Zealots. The Zealots are going to lose all of their surface area, and that is going to be very, very good damage here. 3 Zerglings is going to be enough. The probe able to hold down the wall, and now I think Namshar is going to have to back off here when the Adept does pop out.
Yeah. So now that all the action is done, no, there's a Stargate. Some more action coming up. You all people out there who really wanted to know which StarCraft 2 team Rashi would write a jingle for, well, you guys will have to wait because, well, Gerald will most likely pick up that Oracle, and I'm already curious what the follow-up will be to that Oracle.
I don't know. I think we might see ourselves going into a little bit of extra Oracle production here. One Zergling actually did manage to sneak its way into the main base, so did get a chance to see the Stargate, so that is not going to be a secret here. We're going to see those Spore Crawlers probably going down here in the next 15 to 20 seconds. But behind this, Namshar's done a nice job of getting his economy back up into place. He's got double gas going down in the natural, so more than likely we are going to see a Roach transition here. But here comes Geralt with his Oracle, but I mean, the Spore Crawlers are a little late.
Done in time? Right?
They're a little late. I think this is going to get more damage done. Oh no, Geralt, come on, don't be patient. Get in there. Okay, so he's going to get a little bit on the transfer.
Be more impatient.
Yeah, please be more impatient, thank you. Fortunately, only going to lose the 3. Now the Spore Crawlers are going to be done. Yeah, and we are going to see more Oracle production. So Geralt's going to try and punish Namshar for this aggressive opening that he had. Is going to shade into the third base as well. He's only got Queens and a handful of Lings to push that off, but I think it's going to be enough Back behind this, though, I think we will see a transition into ground army. We do see a forge going down and more gateways being added on. So more than likely, 3 oracles is going to be where it stands for right now. But 7 workers going down here, that does put a little bit of a damper on Namshar's economy, and Geralt able to stabilize.
Well, Namshar wasn't too blessed with his economy already. He's only at 47 drones right now, and he knew that there was a Stargate with Oracle production. Now the Queen is being targeted, and it should fall, and so will a lot of drones here at the 3rd base of Namshar. The Oracle's just getting so much value, and another thing those Oracles are good for, except killing drones and queens, of course, is to defend a 3rd base. And I think that's what they will be doing. Yeah, they are already on their way to that 3rd base to protect it from any Zergling intruders that might come along and might try to bully those adepts. Man, bullying is not cool.
Now, I do have to mention that Geralt is taking this 3rd base very, very late. So this is gonna be a notice to Namshar here that something's not quite right. I mean, Geralt hasn't, well, I guess he did finally, he had a 6th Oracle in production, and he did cancel it at the last second. But here comes the Twilight Council. Maybe he will, in fact, try and transition this into a late game. Anytime you see a Protoss build that Nexus so late, it becomes more of an issue. These Oracles are going to be able to get the stop on that 4th base expansion, and does pick off the drone. Lack of energy will make that have to stop for a brief amount of time. Namshar feeling confident, though, still pumping out more of those drones. He's going to get up to 67 worker count here on Lair Tech. But there's nothing that shoots up yet. There's other than Queens, he doesn't have a Hydra Den. He's still working on +1 melee and the Pneumatized Carapace upgrade. I don't know. Namshar is waiting for the commitment to the ground army, and I guess he's going to get it here. It's moving out across the map.
How many units does Namshar really have? He has only 4 Zerglings and 6 Queens. This is barely enough to even stop the Oracles. And now there are Stalkers as well, and the Sentries with beautiful force fields will be able to take down this 4th hedge once again. And now they are moving even further onto creep. A lot of Zerglings are in production, and Roaches as well, but will they be there in time?
Yeah, I mean, this is the dance that every Zerg player plays. How long can I get away with droning before I need to just pump out 50 supply in army? And Namshar played the game very, very well. It did cost him a cancel on his 4th base once again, but now he's even on army count here. He does have the upgrades that he needs. These Oracles are going to continue to provide him a bad time. Once again, nothing that shoots up other than Queens. So gonna pick off those valuable Ravagers, gonna grab more and more of the Queen count here. Only now does 1 Oracle fall, but it comes at the cost of 4 Queens. This is not a good exchange.
Those Oracles get so much value. And keep in mind, behind all of this, Jared was just able to macro up. He didn't get touched a single time. He did get his 3rd base up super nicely. He even did get a wall off there, and now he's moving into Blink and Blink Stalkers and possibly Colossi with the 4th base on the way. This is amazing for Gerald, and he's just moving across the map once again. Blink is done, and so will be Transfugal hooked in any second. Now it's done. Do you think Roach, Ravager, Baneling will be able to stop what Gerald is putting on the field?
Well, the Roaches are not going to be an integral part of this. It is going to be mostly Ravager Ling Bane, and that's going to be a direct counter to what the Stalkers are really, really good at. If the Lings can get around the back side of those Stalkers, that is going to provide a lot of issues here. There is Blink, but Blink's only going to make you so mobile against this style of army. The Banelings will trade rather well against these Stalkers, which will remain mostly clumped up here. So charge lots having to be added into the mix here for Geralt. He is going to try and rotate around to the top side here. But Namshar is a little bit out of position here. Geralt is playing very cautiously here. I think there have been a lot of situations where he has not gone hard on his opponent, and I think he's missed some opportunities. Namshar's been able to play a little bit of mind games, not show him everything that he has in his base, and that's costing Geralt a quicker win than what he's got in store. But behind this, I mean, he is teching up appropriately. He is grabbing more Colossi, getting that extended thermal lance. A Spire now goes down here for Namshar, is going to try and engage against those Oracles and find a counter to those Colossi that will be very, very effective against Ravager Lingbane.
Once again, I raise you the late game of PvZ. Everything is looking like it, and I'm already so excited because this is just amazing. The Oracle is getting added once again, killing 3 queens, and none of them die. This has to be the best Oracle squad there has been, like, ever.
I'm going to give you a number. 13. So many queens have died, and all of them have died to Oracles in this game. You want to talk about cost-benefit analysis of building those Oracles? Geralt has probably gotten more value than he could have ever dreamed in this case out of those Oracles. And those Oracles are still valuable. They could still get more work done. And behind this, Geralt's already moving into a transition. He's getting those Dark Templar. He's getting Blink for the Dark Templar as well, also dropping down Storm, and he's into his mid to late game army composition that Protoss players absolutely love to play from. There's no Storms just yet, so he has to be careful coming on to creep here as he tries to clear out some of the creep spread at the 4th base. He doesn't want to get surrounded, and that's exactly what position he's in right now. Recall's good, but it's not going to be good enough to protect you against from everything that's going to be surrounding here. Some good force fields will be able to zone out at least a little bit of the army here, and all the banelings get trapped up, but they are going to punch on through here, connecting with a few of those Colossi. In fact, they just roll on by. They don't want anything to do with those Colossi, so they do a little bit of a dance and zone everything out. Ultimately, Geralt loses so much of his high-tech army, and Namshar sacrifices almost no banelings for the trade.
That was just a horrible anti-timing. He did have 4 High Templar, but he didn't have Storm, and Storm was just 10 seconds away from finishing. If he had waited those 10 seconds, if he had just postured in front of that base of Namshar, but he moved down that high ground, and that was the one move he should not have done, because it gave Namshar the room to set up a surround and come in from all of those angles.
Oh, you said you wanted carriers here, Black One. We've got a fleet beacon going down in the back. So if Namshar isn't able to close this out soon, we will be seeing that late game composition of either Tempest or carriers being added into the mix. And frankly, right now, I mean, there isn't a whole lot of units that need to be sieged upon. So I see carriers as the likely choice here as more Stargates getting added into the mix. I think Geralt's going to be in trouble, though. He doesn't have enough army to be able to shut down this push here. There's a ton of Baneling. There's a ton of Lings and Ravagers. And while Storm is a good unit, there's only 6 High Templar at this point. So he's going to have a better answer than what he's got. But it looks like his answer is going to be DTs.
Those Shadow Boys, they are coming for you. Better watch out, Namshar, because they are already at your hatch, the newest one to come, and it dies off immediately. But there's just so many Banelings rolling into that 5th base of Geralt, and that base will most likely fall. In the meantime, a drop in the main, and the Shadow Boys doing their job at the 3rd base as well. There's just action everywhere.
I mean, this is an all-in moment here for Geralt. He's trying to create as much damage as he possibly can. He's picked off 2 bases at this point, and so many workers going down.
God.
19, and all of the Zealots continue rotating around. It's damage at the 3rd, it's damage at the main, it's damage at the 4th base. And suddenly now, Geralt finding himself in a great position. Namshar has the army that he needs, but he has to close this out in one wave, and I don't know if Namshar's able to do that.
That was so amazing. Did you see how he just blinked out of there and basically dodged all of those Banelings? That was so amazing. And now we see those Dark Templars going for the Greater Spire. It gets killed, and the next hatchery is the target of those sneaky boys.
And I want to make it very, very clear that the army of Geralt has just been sitting. He's done absolutely nothing with this main army here. So all of his storms are available, and he coats the ground army of Namshar, absolutely obliterating the Ling count here. And without Zerglings, these Banelings will not be able to get the damage done that they need to. It's one last ditch attempt here. He will be able to connect with the Stalkers, so getting that nailed down, but there just isn't enough ground army here. Eventually this will get cleaned up, but Namshar looking to be in a very difficult position here to push back across the map.
And if you're Namshar, you're taking those trades. He's getting another hatchery! And now, what are we looking for Namshar?
We're looking for
GG.
the GG.
That's what we're looking at.
Ugh. Unbelievable timings here out of our Protoss player, waiting to throw every possible chaotic situation at his Zerg opponent when he was least expecting it. So this becomes a difficult situation for him to play from, and unfortunately he has to tap out. GG is then called, and we're going to be moving on to game number 2.
We are once again moving over to the North American server to get our third match, right?
Second match.
Second match. Oh my god, I'm just losing all senses of time here.
No, some very, very good. You were hoping for a little bit of macro ZVP, and you're getting it here. We're going to be headed to Ice and Chrome for game number 2, which again will give us another opportunity at some good macro style play. But I'll be interested to see, will Namshar want to drag Geralt out to play another macro game, or will he try to close things out a little bit earlier? I mean, he played very, very safe and reserved here in game number 1. Playing the drone game as long as he could, but in the end it didn't pay off.
Well, he just wasn't able to keep up with all of those angles that harassment was coming at him. He lost those hatcheries, he lost the hive, he lost the Greater Spire, and like, if you're not prepared to deal with 9 Blink Dark Templar, they will just blink on top of your bases and kill everything. And that's what happened. Now, I think we will see another macro match on this map, because Ice and Chrome is just so hard for all-ins to work. We'll see though, because if you're Namshar, you might not want to get in that position where your opponent is able to just put on the pressure onto you. You want to take all the pressure off your shoulders and throw it at them.
Very, very true. So we'll have to see here if Namshar's got what it takes to get himself to a rubber match here in game number 3. But Namshar's going to take a couple of moments here to put himself back together and get ready for our second game of the series. And this is a great opportunity, folks, for us to talk about Matcherino once again. Of course, Matcherino, a very good partner in our quest to provide high quality StarCraft 2 professional scene content for you, your friends, and our community. And we need your help to make sure that everything goes smoothly, that we get our players paid, and that we support everything that's happening in this tournament and tournaments beyond. So please do consider checking out the link at the top of the chat here. You can use the code APSUS7 to add 50 cents of your free money to the prize pool. Of course, if you would like to add any of your own, even $1 or $2 goes a long ways. But we have something fun for you. If you find that you see some games today and you're like, I really wish I could play more like Silky, who got out of our Group A in first place. I want to check out more of his games. Well, you too can have access to the replay pack from this event for a $5 contribution to our prize pool. So the money goes straight to our players' prize pool, and you get access to all of the replays that take place in this event. So please do consider contributing in that way. You can find that by going out to Matcherino, clicking that link and signing up for that replay pack. And check out our great sponsors that will allow you to add even more money to our prize pool for our players. So thank you so much for checking that out. We will have an opportunity to talk to you more about Matcherino and all the great things that they allow us to do here at Alpha X. But it is in fact time for us to jump into game number 2. It's going to be on Ice and Chrome as we spawn in the or top right, our top right corner, our blue Zerg player. Who does he play for? I need to look here. Oh, it's Infinity Gaming. Give it up. Or Namshar. Or is it? No, he's teamless. Just kidding. It's Namshar.
And spawning in the bottom left corner, he just proved to us that Dark Templars are indeed a great unit. He is the Red Protoss player. He is Gerald.
Excuse me. There we go. Okay, so I'm sitting here a little confused because I know that the whole jingle was prompted by Infinity Gaming, but it looks like Namshar up until about a month ago played for Infinity Gaming, but he's still carrying the Infinity Gaming tag on EU. Very interesting.
I guess he didn't get to play on the European server that much that it bothered him.
That's
now that Infinity Gaming is out of question for that really nice jingle of yours, which team is it gonna be?
I mean, I think Vitamin posted in the chat probably one of the best one. Go generic green wings.
Oh, that one is nice.
Yeah, I like that.
That one is actually nice.
Needs a lot more rock guitar for that to really be effective, but
Oh, you know the guitar they use in for the ESL intros? That one.
oh yeah. Wheelie wow.
Go generic green wings.
I'm just saying. I think we're on the cusp of something that the scene absolutely requires. Clearly, this is not like something that's not necessary.
For in case Maru or somebody is watching, you know how to reach us.
Yeah, give us a call, man. We're ready. All right. I know you said that you don't like glaive adepts here, Black One.
Don't.
I'm
might still be DT.
I'm just saying, like, I feel like I'm seeing a timing here where the glaive adepts might just pop up. 3, 2, 1, bang. Oh,
Dark Shrine. We'll
have to see.
Come on.
Seems like an interesting possibility here. I'm looking at the lack of a. Oh, you were right. Look at that.
Yes.
I was gonna say I'm looking at the lack of a second gateway here. I mean, there's only going to be a 2 gateway warp in, and that would actually lead more into it being a DT opener. But it's not going to be super aggressive. I mean, there's only going to be 3 gateways off of this, so not even enough for a full. Oh, okay. There's the 4 gate.
Oh,
I'm
nice.
still not sold. I think this is just going to be DTs, and if it gets deflected, it's just going to be into Archon play. This doesn't feel very aggressive.
Most probably. Most likely gonna be that. And Namshar already putting down the Roach Warren to deal with any Archon harassment that could come his way. Now he did see there were not too many adepts that were warped in, so he might just expect it. And he sees the gas at the natural, so his fear of any kind of adept all in must have dwindled down by now.
Well, and he's got a pretty decent creep spread going across his 3 bases as well, so he's already in a position where he's prepared to make the defense against Glaive Adepts, if that's what's coming in here. But it is just going to be 4 DTs. He's already got a Spore Crawler at the 3rd base. This is going to be mitigated. He is going to try and distract at the natural with those Adepts, but
no.
DTs immediately get surrounded. That's just going to be pushed off and turned into Archons. Overall, I mean, it's a good defense by Namshar so far. He's got a good army count. Now he just has to find a way to make it work.
Yeah, and if you're in Jared's shoes, like, I don't think you have to be super worried about I need to do damage now, because he has a follow-up. He did get those gases really early at the natural. He's getting a forge. He's starting. Oh, kill some drones! Oh no, don't lose that. Ah.
That's actually devastating damage here for Geralt. You can't afford to lose those DTs and the Warp Prism, and Namshar with an outstanding protect on that Spore Crawler. You're willing to lose 4, 5, 6 drones if it means that you can pick all of that off. And for Namshar to only lose 3 and be in a position where now he can say, I mean, I'm only 350 minerals lost in this game. That's an outstanding play, because what's actually back here at home for Geralt? He has an Archon, he has a Stalker, and he has an Immortal. That's it.
Well, if you're a Namshar right now, you might as well just say, I'm all in, because that's like nothing that that Geralt has at home. The only thing that is kind of scary is the Warp Prism micro. The micro potential. Better way to put it. But Namshar has decided to get the Hydralisk Den up. And I think we'll see some later stages of this game.
We'll have to see. I can see Namshar timing this out on a +1 timing attack. He's going to have more than enough production to be able to get on top of what Geralt is doing for his own production. I mean, look at the worker count, 72 to 48. I mean, Namshar's already on 3 full bases here. He's got plenty of static defense to help protect his mineral line. He's going to grab those groove spines on his Hydras. I think, honestly, if he were to even just take this mineral or this worker count and mass produce roaches, turn them into Ravagers, he could just march across the map, eat 1 or 2 disruptor shots, and call it good. But instead, he wants to be patient. He doesn't want to accidentally throw this away. It's very easy to accidentally do that against a good Protoss player. So he is getting his pneumatized Carapace. He is grabbing more Hydras into his composition. Gonna get ready for that transition into Lurkers as well, grabbing that Infestation Pit.
Oh my god, I love it. Lurkers are so underrated in any matchup of Zerg. I feel like they are just the perfect unit for Zerg right now, because it brings some reliable splash damage with a good range as well. And well, if you're afraid of those Zealot run-bys, why not get those Lurkers? You leave 2 at your base, and then you're pretty much safe against anything that's coming your way.
All right, so Namshar is going to continue rocking this supply count lead. The worker advantage still is strong here, 78 to 67. Namshar is going to start dumping into his army economy now as he does move across the map. He's got Hive on the way. He's got that Lurker Den already on as well. The Hydra speed upgrade on the way as well, but here comes a big push. Namshar caught a little bit out. He wants to make sure he is on creep here. Those Hydras not quite as fast as they need to be, and with the 2 disruptors in a Warp Prism, he needs to make sure that he doesn't accidentally toss away the highest DPS portion of his army just being out of position.
Oh my god, that one Archon must have just said his last prayer, and then the Warp Prism jumped in and picked him up to save him for another day. Man, to be honest, I think Archons are just the coolest unit there is in StarCraft 2.
I think they're pretty neat.
What would you raise as the coolest unit otherwise?
Ooh, that's a good question. I would have to say, I have to give that a little bit of thought. I'm gonna have to give that a little bit of thought here. I'm not I'm not sure if I can just come up with an answer. I would say probably one of the most interesting units is definitely the Disruptor, as it does give Geralt an opportunity here to reclaim a little bit of footing, even being down 60 supply. And Namshar is going to have to be ready here. The first Disruptor shot does go out and immediately gets on top of some of the lurkers on the backside of that army. Namshar's going to have to reposition. He might actually even benefit from taking down the rocks in the center so he can get all the way around this army, but instead just opting to get more and more of those lurkers. 5 more lurkers on the way to join the 6 that are already on the field, so 11. That's actually a good position to play from, but this is what caught him in the last game. Here comes the DT run by. Is he going to have enough to protect against this?
Oh, and the DT see the army movement, which is crucial for Gerald's defense. He's already pulling back all the units that he has, but will it be enough? Because those lurkers in position will just be a really big pain for Gerald to deal with.
Now, the only thing that he's got going for him is he's missing the speed upgrade for those lurkers, so the lurkers won't be able to reposition as efficiently against the Disruptor shots, but still taking a lot of damage here. Some of those Disruptors already falling here, and the DT's doing some work on the opposite side. Both players trading out workers. 16 workers go down for Geralt, and 7 going down for Namshar. This is a much better position for Namshar at this point. I don't know if Geralt can afford to trade inefficiently here.
Oh, and those Dark Templars are just wreaking havoc at the base. There is no Overseer, and 2 Overseers are being morphed in right now. But will they be in time to save the hatchery? They will not, and then all of the DTs just blink on out of there. But the supply is not lying. There is a giant lead for Namshar, and he just has to force it right now. There's so much going his way, but if he's too picky and if he loses too much of his patience to those DTs, well, he might just give Gerald the time he needs to get back into this game, and 2 more Disruptors are on the way.
Honestly, I would say with Namshar's Mineral Bank, I think he just throws down a whole bunch of static defense at these outlying bases, just like he's done here at the 3rd, and you completely shut down any attempt that those DTs can have. Oh, but this is a bit of a scary position here. DT's gonna blink on top of these lurkers and kill a couple, and they actually get pulled immediately back here before the army is able to spot them out. So getting some value out of that run by as well, but I think Namshar just needs to do this at all of his bases. 4 spines, 1 spore, and that's absolutely all you need. Maybe you toss down an Overseer just to float over top, just in case those DTs want to blink on top of the spore crawler.
I completely agree, and he's doing so. It's almost like you are mentally connected to him, but well, I guess Zerg do have a hive mind, right?
Well, see, I can't talk about that on stream because then people would be like, wait, is Rushy and Namshar cheating? Cheaters! No, that's not what happened. But I agree. We are one in the same overmind at this point, as Lurker's going to try and reposition themselves here. The Disruptor's being very, very patient, but will catch out just a little bit of the army here. More Lurker's going to have to be repositioned, and now the collapsible rocks will go down, and that makes this defense just a little bit harder here for Gerald, as Namshar able to jump right on in. The Lurker's going to be able to jump on top of the only attack path here that Gerald has access to. A 4th base going to go down once again, and Namshar, protecting much better back at home, will not get the backstab this time around.
Yeah, and like we mentioned before, he did get some static defense up, but on this hatch, it's not enough, and the Dark Templars get in, they get the hatch, and they might as well just get out again.
I spoke too soon. See, there's the Overseer, though. He just needs to park one of those Overseers on Overwatch mode, and that problem would never happen again. But I think Namshar's just going to utilize those lurkers. I think he had a couple of lurkers, up here at the 5th base location as well, just to aid with that defense. That's about the only thing he has to do at this point, is he has to stop these DT run-bys, because every time he's able to get in and kill off a base of Gerald, he puts himself in a good position. Actually, a Disruptor shot going down on all of those. Oh, he's got to be careful. Okay. getting a pull there just in time here. But Namshar's got a good bank. Geralt's not really running on fumes, but he definitely doesn't have the production that he needs, and these lurkers are continuing to wreak havoc in all of his bases.
Slowly but surely, Geralt's bank is depleting as well. There's another run by of Zealots, but the action at that third base is still going, and now the big disruptor shots might come in to turn the tide around.
Oh, I think this is all calculated though here, Black One. It looks like he's trying to make that transition here. He's got Brood Lords in the center of the map, and right now this army is not going to be as effective against that, because look at all the disruptors. 4, 8, 10 disruptors. Do you know how well disruptors hit air units? Not very well.
That's a great answer, but Namshar, excuse me, Geralt already anticipating all of this and going for those 2 Stargates. Tempests are on their way, and I'm just baffled by how amazing this game is.
You wanted macro PVZ, and we have got it today. Disruptor shots, gonna try and see what, maybe they changed it, maybe there's a bug. Nope, they still don't hit air, but they're gonna clean up those lurkers morphing in on the ground. Here comes yet another DT run by. There is not any major vision here. Okay, this base will be a little bit better, but should be able to hold on to that. But here's where the main fight's gonna happen. All these Broodlords gonna jump on top of the main army in the 4th base. These disruptors are going to be protected by shield batteries, but only for a short amount of time. And really, that's just buying a couple of seconds here. There's not a whole lot else to protect. With all those shield batteries down, they're not going to be able to be effective here. This base is going to fall once again, and Geralt is having a difficult time securing that 4th base.
Geralt just wishing right now he had Storm just like this did yesterday. But he has Tempests coming in, and he needs to be careful with those. If the Hydralisks get on top of those Tempests like they do right now, those Tempests will just die in seconds. But the DTs are doing work on the other side once again. They are getting the Hive.
I think this is Geralt made the right choice, because that Hive's going to go down, but I don't think Namshar needs Hive Tech anymore. He still has that Greater Spire. The Greater Spire's still not under attack, at least at this point. It's unfortunate, but Namshar's got the army that he needs. He's going to pick off yet another base here, and relegating Geralt down to almost 1 base, that's going to be almost impossible. I mean, it's going to force him into an all-in situation.
And now we are looking at a full-grown base trade, and it would have been really nice to get that lurker then, but without it, dying, I don't know. I'm not sure if Geralt is really able to take this map.
I'm worried about Namshar's choice right now. He's investing in more of those lurkers, and I think that's a good call, but Tempests are going to be a scary part of this army that he doesn't have a good answer for just yet. There are 7 out on the map and 2 more in production. Yeah, sure, the lurkers are going to do well against the ground force here, but if the Tempests are able to get on top of these Broodlords, almost like they're sitting right here, that could potentially cause problems for Namshar.
Well, if those Tempests get enough shots out on those Broodlords, I do see Geralt winning this match, but man, oh man, there's just so much Zerg, and keep in mind, Namshar still has workers. Geralt does not.
Yeah, this is a good economic war here that Namshar is winning. I mean, he's got a bank still. He's got 66 workers, and now he's just going to try and obliterate the remainder of the army here for Geralt, catching him out in the center, and he's actually got him surrounded on both sides. Lurkers on the top left, Broodlords on the bottom right, and the Hydras are just waiting, licking their chops, waiting to get in there to seal the rest of the deal here. These Tempests trying absolutely everything in their power to zone as long as they can, but Geralt slowly hemorrhages army supply, and he has no way to replace it efficiently.
Geralt trying to get that 3rd base up, or is it the natural at this point? Because everything else has been cleaned up. Now, even if he manages to get that base up, it will need some miracle hits by those disruptors to keep him in this game. To be honest, yes, he still has a lot of Tempests, but Tempests are only that good for the kind of game we are looking at, and now the Lurkers are getting in position.
I don't hate this. I wish he'd commit to that more. He doesn't realize how many probes are actually there. But he did exactly what he needed to. He wanted to pull Geralt back off of his side of the map. He saw how deep he was on creep. And I really do firmly believe Namshar needs both parts of this army. So he wants to try and get these Lurkers back home where they're safe. They are going to get cut off. But I think he's just going to take him on a trip around the map here. And that's buying him enough time. He's got the Spire. So now those Lurkers are able to be traded out. But I think this was all for a big play here. These Lurkers have pulled Geralt's army completely out of position. And now the third base and the main are exposed. And this is probably going to be one last big push here for Namshar. He wants to go to a game number 3.
I was about to ask, hey man, why doesn't he just go for the big Mutalisk switch? And then I realized, oh no, Namshar was completely maxed out. And now the Corruptors are coming in, which will deal just so much damage to those Tempests. And there's no real counterplay for Geralt at this point. He doesn't have Storm. He barely has any Stalkers. He's really just running on Tempest, 2 Immortals, handful of Stalkers, and some Disruptors. And unless he gets those Miracle Disruptor Connect we were talking about earlier, this is looking really rough.
I mean, it's unfortunate that Geralt isn't quite aware that he's out of this game just yet. I mean, he's hanging on for dear life, and we've got to give him props for that. You never want to tap out of a game quite too early, because you might throw away something that you could have maybe gotten back into. But with that disruptor count getting painfully low here, he's only at 6 at this point, and with the Tempest count not high enough to deal with the Corruptors, it's only going to be a matter of time before this finally gets picked off. And now the Corruptors show themselves and immediately get on top of the Tempest. There's nothing else that shoots up. Those 3 Stalkers are not going to be enough to deal with this. The Lurkers are going to push on forward. They're going to split one last time, and it's going to be a big burrow, but that should be it for Geralt. All of his army fades away, and Namshar brings this back into a game 3 situation. GG.
GG indeed. That was amazing play by Namshar. He did realize that he is open to those Dark Templar run bys, and he adjusted according to it. Truth be told, they did get a lot of damage in, but they didn't get those hedge snipes they got in the last game. This game around, Namshar just way better at defending those big Dark Templar run-bys.
So that's the thing that you can do in some of these best of 3 scenarios, right? If you show your hand on we'll call it a trick or a strategy that you really like to employ, like Geralt always backstabbing with those DTs, it's very easy to make that adjustment on the fly and go, oh, okay, I am in a spot where I can throw down that extra static defense. I can toss down that Overseer and just put it on Overwatch mode and not accidentally bring it with my army. I can put myself in a position where I know I can make a big attack and I can get some good economic damage done. And as long as my opponent doesn't catch me with the trick on the backside, then I come out ahead in the end and I can move forward as a positive winner in this scenario.
Yeah, that was all it came down to. Just stand basically unbreakable, and from there on out you can pick your targets, you can try to get your opponent out of position, you can play with your mobility on creep, and then with lurkers, once you get in a good position, it's really hard to get you out of it. We saw that when he picked off that fourth Nexus. He got into a great position, separated Geralt's army from his 4th base, and was able to take down the base, 26 workers or something with it. And at the end, that's what really killed Jared right there.
Well, it is going to take us to a game number 3 here on Eternal Empire. We're going to have to see if Geralt can make any adjustments to his playstyle here. As it seems like Namshar has said, okay, I've got you figured out at least at game number 2. Does Geralt have something a little bit deeper in the bag of tricks? Oh, okay. A little bit of program or a production note here. Was just informed that Namshar is not with Infinity Gaming, not because of a parting of ways, but the team had to disband because of COVID-19 pandemic. So a bit of an unfortunate situation, but that is a good clarification. So thank you so much. We have some amazing people in production taking care of us, making us look super smart. Well, as smart as a Zerg player can be. So, and a tuba player as well. So we are jumping here into game number 3. Can Namshar hold off and advance to the winners match, or will Geralt have one more trick up his sleeve? We'll have to find out here as we jump into Eternal Empire. Thanks so much, everyone, for joining us. You guys are watching the Alpha Pro Series Ultimate Showdown Group B. My name is Rushy. This is Black One. I can't tell what the logo is on that jersey, but okay. Just pan away. We'll just pan away. I don't want to put you in that position.
We'll just claim it's Alpha X.
Yeah, it was a weird dragon logo, but it's fine. It's fine. Spawning in the top right-hand corner, our red Protoss player playing for Team Exxon, looking for one more win to advance to the winners match. Give it up for Geralt.
And spawning in the bottom left corner, it is the blue Zerg player who just got the draw. He is Namshar.
All right. So, this map is still an interesting draw here for ZVP. There's not a lot of weird shenanigans that can take place on this map in terms of the early game. A lot of times, actually, a bit of a rush on this map from Zerg players trying to be aggressive in the first 5 minutes can be a little challenging. The map's awful windy, so getting across the map takes a little bit more effort, but it does look like both of our opponents will be playing it safe. But I wonder, there's still that Glaive Adept that's the siren call that tempts all Protoss players.
To be honest, I think if he's going for it in this matchup, then it has to be on this map. Not only because there's no other map left, but also because Eternal Empire just really plays into Glaive Adept build. Your Warp Prism gets across the map so fast, your opponent has to expand towards you for the first 2 bases. And from there on out, your adepts can just roam around so freely between the natural, the third, the main base. It's just a perfect map for it. And we'll see if he decides to go for it. No! It's a Stargate. Rushy, you baited me.
I'm sorry, Rushy is logged out of the game of StarCraft. He's just sad now. Nah, I think Oracle plays pretty good on this map too. So, especially at this natural base, with all that dead space back behind the base, it's easy to dash in and out. So I don't disagree. I'm just very disappointed. And in Geralt's post-game review, I'll make sure to let him know that.
You did not play Glaive Adept, therefore your grade will be a B. I am not free. I'm not going to haggle this out. You can just go and talk to my assistant from now on.
Yeah. Julia from accounting will actually inform you on the pay decrease that you've actually received on your prize pool. So I mean, it's out of my hands at this point.
But she's a nice lady, so maybe you get something.
But she's also out of the office, so you're gonna have to deal with her associate Helga, and she's just not as nice. She yells all the time, and She's very mad. She wears lederhosen. I don't know. It's weird.
If you get a good day, she might just call you by your name and not call you a filthy Protoss player.
Okay. See, Helga. I was trying to paint Helga out as the bad person in this scenario, but dang, if she didn't just like crawl straight into my heart with that one. All right, Oracle is gonna dive in and grab 1 kill. Was it a drone? Oh yeah, it was. Did get a drone. So it does fly away victorious, but we have a second Stargate on the way. I think we're gonna be seeing Phoenix coming out here.
Oh, I love this. I love it. I love generally, I love everything that contains Stargates for the Protoss. But this time around, the first Oracle dies pretty fast. I'm not sure if Namsha was really looking forward to losing that Oracle, because defending your third base against Lingram buys or any roach pressure, which roaches are on the way, I don't know. This is getting really hard for Gerald if Namcha decides to just walk across. On the other side, well, Gerald already showed how he just masses oracles and then decides to YOLO on top of your mineral line. So Namcha might not be looking to all in here.
Well, he's gonna have to be careful what he tries to move across the map, because if he's gonna play against a playstyle like Mass Phoenix, which is, it appears that is what Geralt's gonna go into as he secures his third base. I mean, he's gonna have to be able to play it safe. Those Phoenix are gonna be able to lift up so many things. Very easy for those Phoenix to just fly into a mineral line and take out a whole bunch of workers, take out a whole bunch of queens. But the killing of that first Oracle is huge, because that does take a little bit of edge off of the transition here going into the mid game. A fourth base gonna come down as well. Geralt is gonna try and swing in with one of these Oracles, but as I stated before, 1 Oracle, not as scary, but he is going to use those stasis traps, and that's going to catch at least a little bit here. Grabbing 4 of those workers, that's not a bad trade.
No, certainly not. And now the Phoenix are coming in, and they got themselves the first queen. 3 queens are coming in, but 3 queens are nothing to a bird that can just be reborn.
Yeah, and he's got to be careful here. The queens do have a little bit of transfuse, and now they're going to be able to get on top of everything. And as these queens start to fall, this puts Namshar in a bit of an awkward position. He's not going to be able to produce with that lowered larva count as much as he would like to. And with Hydras only now starting in the production tab and working on muscular augments, excuse me. Now these are going to be really hard to deal with.
Well, everybody get ready in here, because we are seeing a lot of Phoenix, and I'm sure he would really like to see this play.
Oh, I mean, he would be losing his mind right now. He would just be like, finally, a Protoss player that wants to actually win a best of 3, flying in with the Armada here, picking up more of those workers. The Queens are going to try and sack in on top of the Spore Crawler to protect themselves and to mitigate a little bit of damage here, but it's so many workers coming at the cost of it. 23 drones have gone down so far. I don't think we've lost 1 Phoenix the whole time, but back behind this, 23 drones and 6 queens. What a trade.
Well, once again, the queens are just a sacrificial lamb here for Namsha. I'm just surprised this is the first Overlord that dies. The second one will follow, but where did Namsha hide his Overlords? Because those Phoenix are looking for him.
Yeah, he did a really nice job of pulling this back. He's probably been hit by this once or twice before, probably even by Rotterdam on the ladder. So he's had some experience with this, but he's having a difficult time dealing with it right now as all of the drones are being cleared out of so many mineral lines. Now, finally, the Hydras are in large enough number, but they're caught out at the third base here. They're going to have to try and rotate around, but again, coming at the cost of so many more workers. And he finds the Overlord, so picks away at him, but he knows where to look next time he wants to deal a little bit more damage.
Well, this time around he killed another couple of queens. Those queens are just getting it this series. First map, how many queens died to those oracles? 13?
Yeah, 13.
This time around, I'm sure we are taking the double digits as well.
We're at 7 so far, but yeah, you're absolutely right. There was a commonality in between game 1 and this current game, and it was that queen count. So Namshar is going to have to play very, very carefully here. Now, he does have a superior army count. He's got 92 to 58. But Geralt's able to hold this back for so long. Oh, he's got to be careful, though. He can't just park right on top of Hydras. Hydras are going to be able to chew that down if those are left unprotected. But now we're getting to the point where Geralt's got to be getting into the next portion of his game. These Phoenix are going to start losing their value. And what does Geralt have to protect behind this? He's getting into that Colossi tech. He's grabbing Blink Stalkers. Blink's just about done here. And he's going to have to make sure he's on point with those Warpins because Namshar is getting ready to deal a little bit of damage. He's a little frustrated, and he wants to get some damage done on Geralt's side of the map.
While this was certainly frustrating for Namshar, it did not get him out of his rhythm completely because behind all of this, he is getting +2 attack upgrade for missile attacks. He is getting the Lurker Den. In fact, it's almost finished. And the Hive is on the way as well. Well, if there's anything, then this is a good situation for Namshar. I'm curious if Gerald will be able to really deal with this, with those Colossi against the Lurkers.
Yeah, the Lurker Den is now complete. He's got 7 on the way. And that Lurker range already on, as well as the Hive has been allowed to complete. And now finally Namshar is going to be able to get in on top of the main of Geralt to do a little bit of scouting here. More than anything, he's looking for that star port. Starport? Why am I... Stargate. My goodness, my brain stopped for a brief moment. I had no more RAM. He's looking for that Stargate count. He's trying to find that fleet beacon. It's only going down in the natural as we speak. So the transition into air is going to be there, and that's always an expectation with the Phoenix. But it's coming at a cost here. What do you see here, Black One?
Well, I see a fleet beacon and I see Storm. And I already know this is going to go places. This match is going places because both of those players are just getting used to the thought, okay, we will play this macro. We will split the map, and Eternal Empire is perfect for splitting a map. And I think Lurkers are as well. Like, there's no way Gerald is going to be able to push down this ramp. Am I right?
Oh, I mean, he's just going to throw everything away like that. I mean, if that's the way you want to play. Okay, a little bit of a charity toss here for Geralt. Geralt trying to work on the run by on the left-hand side here, which also gets shut down. Namshar says, no, no, no. You're not coming in on my creep, not that easily. But this is a scary force here. He's got to be careful that he doesn't toss away more. Loses the Oracle, but gets the Revelation down just in the last second. But Namshar has everything split. He's going to be able to run Lurkers into the main ramp here. And this is going to cause a lot of damage.
He is just so well in positioning his 2 armies. Now that all the attention of Gerald is moving towards his natural, he's moving in on the 5th base with his 2nd army as well. And those Lurkers get into position as well. This is a horrible position for Gerald to be in. And especially since he just decided, okay, I am going into Tempest. Well, your Tempests are really expensive. And if you lose your 4th base and your 5th base, well, let me break it to you, but this is not good.
Now, the nice thing for Geralt is he did get out all of his High Templar. They did not fall to that stray band of Lurkers in the main. So he's at least able to hold on to that. But, I mean, it's come at the cost of a lot of probes here. Actually, only 6. So he pulls all the probes out. The probe count is still rather similar, but that 5th base is going to have to be rebuilt. The Lurkers do get pulled out of the top side of the map. So I think all things considered, Geralt able to hold on to as much as he possibly can. And he has the mineral count to be able to rebuild the wall at the natural. So all things considered, I'm not sure if Namshar got everything he was looking for in that engagement. He traded out some army, but Namshar able to secure a little bit of an income advantage here at this point in the game, and that's very, very important when you're up against a maxed out Protoss army.
The problem I see is that Jared is once again out of position. He's trying to push across the creep, but, well, Namshar is already in his base. The mothership is moving in now. Maybe it can cloak and protect a little bit, but the mothership will be useless against all of those Hydras, and the Lurkers are just putting up so much damage.
And this is where Namshar really needs to thrive. He's got to get on top of all of these expensive structures that are building the core army units that Namshar needs. The robo facility gets pegged down, so no more observers at this point. And there are only 3 out onto the map. They are with the mothership, so he will be able to see those lurkers and clear this out. But it's going to come at the cost of so much of his production. Some big warpins will help mitigate a little bit of that damage, but those Hydras are getting so much work done. Meanwhile, on the left-hand side of the map, Namshar does come across here. He's hungry for more probes. 11 probes, that's not enough, and he's going to try and siege the 4th base.
Namshar is just everywhere right now. Jared barely able to clear out everything he had in the main. Now he has to focus at the 4th base, and getting there is just so hard. He just used recall to get a couple of probes out of there, but how is he going to face Namshar going on from here? He just tried to move across the map, didn't work. He just tried to stay at home, didn't work. Namshar is just getting those angles. He's getting into the natural over and over again. We had some high Templars there, but the storms were just not enough. And I think Jared really has to start splitting his army in a smart way, because as of right now, he's just getting pulled apart.
Well, and I have to give Namshar credit, because we asked this question about Euthermal in the first series, if he was playing a lot like a Zerg player. And, I mean, Namshar is channeling his inner Terran. He's splitting up his army. He's dropping in different portions on the map. He's paying the piper for Geralt, who is unable to separate his entire army without causing problems on the defense on any portion. So this is where I think Geralt is starting to struggle a little bit, where he's not able to split his army up. Sure, he can do a run by of 8 to 10 zealots, but that's about it. And lurkers do a really good job of mitigating that damage. And more workers are going to go down here at the 4th and 5th base location. Storms do finally connect with the Hydras, and the lurkers will get cleaned up. But once again, more damage happening back at the main base, but the mothership should be able to help anchor that down.
Well, the mothership is only so good if there is an overseer, because those lurkers will still get damage out, even though everything should be cloaked. We are seeing carriers coming in now, but I think this is a little bit too late, and Gerald has just taken too much damage, too many hits to get into that carrier army.
Now, the last piece that I think that Namshar needs if he wants to try to close this out, who is maxed out once again, I think he adds in a couple of Vipers. He can pull that mothership. He can start pulling those high-value air units like the Tempest, like the carriers that are coming out. And suddenly, the power that's left in Geralt's army, it just starts to fade away, and he's not able to anchor that down. But trying to get that 4th base back up and running once again. The 5th base is on site and is fully saturated. But Geralt's starting to run out of some options here. He's got to think of something really quick, as another double run-by happens here on opposite sides of the map.
Those run-bys are just so strong. Namshar is just pulling Geralt apart this time around. Geralt did split his army, but it's not enough. The 2nd army is closing in at that 5th base location, and all of those probes will die if they stack up.
And he actually gets that out just in time, but unfortunately at this point, it's the Nexus that's important. If there's no Nexus, those probes don't matter. And there's 22 workers that have gone down here. Geralt has run out of steam. He's backed into a corner. I just don't see a scenario where he's able to hang on to this, but he's gonna do everything he can, catches some of these lurkers off. There's still plenty of storms. So I mean, in theory, he has what he needs to seal the deal, but he has to get storms of a lifetime, and he has got one opportunity to make it happen, as he is just running low on all sorts of resources and mining.
Well, his knees are how's the phrase? His knees are weak, palms are heavy, sweaty, right?
Oh, mom's spaghetti.
Yeah. He's trying his best, but Namsha just seems too good on this map. He is doing what Gerald did on Isonchrome. He's just pulling him on Everdream. He's just pulling him apart. And how are 2 Archons, a couple of Zealots, and a Colossi supposed to defend all of this? Gerald has no idea. He is trying to kite back, but at the same time, the second army is coming in at the 4th base, and we will see GG any moment now.
Yeah, 12 more workers going down, and there's an army here in the main that's absolutely unchecked. All of these lurkers will continue to punish this Protoss player, and I think Namshar has sealed himself a trip to the winners match here in Group B. I just don't see a scenario where Geralt can be able to close this out. Not even the storms of a lifetime, I think, can save him now.
And for all of you who think, oh no, this match is soon to be over, what am I going to do with my time? Well, I can reassure you, we will be casting for the whole night. This was only our 2nd series of the day, and there are 3 more to come.
Namshar gonna try and use every last storm he has access to here, but the main is already cleared out. All of those important technology buildings are cleaned up. It's just Zealot warp-ins at this point, and Zealots not very effective against Hydra Lurker. And with the clearance of the Templar archives, no more High Templar warp-ins, and no more warp-ins at all. GG is called. Namshar cleaning up a strong 21-minute game and moves himself into the winner's match. GG.
2 hours in, and we've seen amazing games. Guys, make sure to check out Matcherino. You can get all of those replays. You can see how Namsha did it, how he pulled Gerald apart. You can see how Future managed to win against Euthermal. You can check out builds with that replay pack, and you can use the coupon code up there. It will generate free money. Money does grow on trees, and this is how.
It does. It does indeed. The paper needed to pay our players is in part by the participation of our awesome audience. Tried to get as many P's in there as I possibly could. Snuck one more in. But we are going to go ahead and jump into a quick ad and a short break here as we get ready for the winner's match here. It is going to be Namshar versus someone. I've lost all of my pages here. It's going to be Namshar versus Future here in the winner's match, a ZVT. But don't go anywhere, folks. We are going to hear from one of our great sponsors in G Fuel. G Fuel's been around with Alpha X here for quite some time, helping us bring the power of Protoss, Zerg, and Terran to your computer screens, and we want to make sure that we thank them by telling you more about the great things that G Fuel can bring to you and your gaming experience. But don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back. You guys are watching the Alpha Pro Series Ultimate Showdown NA versus EU. My name is Rushy. I'm here with Black One. We'll be right back right after this quick break. Don't go anywhere. My name is Rushy, and thanks for watching our StarCraft 2 content brought to you by Alpha X. Productions like this are made possible by support from our sponsors, like G Fuel. G Fuel is the official drink of esports, and they want to encourage you to kick the can on other energy drinks. that leave you drained out and out of juice when you need to make the big calls. Their dedication to keeping you fueled and in the game is only matched by their drive to support esports and the people who help make it possible. With over 20 unique flavors like bubblegum to choose from, they'll always deliver a great experience with each drink. Head out to our Matcherino page and check out their sponsor quests for more info on how to get your hands on G Fuel's clean and healthy alternative to sugar-loaded energy drinks. G Fuel, the official drink of esports. Thanks for supporting Alpha X, and thank you for considering checking out our awesome sponsors. Now, let's head back to the action. All right, hello friends, and welcome back to the winners match of the Alpha Pro Series Ultimate Showdown NA versus EU. My name is Rushy, and the happy one to my right is Black One. Black One, you're just so excited because we have so many amazing series.
Man, I just told you I'm so surprised. Like, this tournament is really living up to its name. We have had so many amazing series so far, and this one is the next. We're just about to get the vetoes in, and then we can just jump into the first map.
Yeah, so it will be Namshar versus Future, a ZVT, to determine who's going to be the first person to move out of our Group B bracket and join Silky. And sort of. I mean, we speculated whether or not our Zerg player in Group B would be able to get out, and he's put himself in position to possibly make that happen. So we'll have to see if Future has got what it takes to put Namshar into the decider match, or if Namshar is going to be able to channel all of that North American energy and push himself
Of course,
forward.
everybody in the chat is here for only one reason, and that reason is to know which server is the better one. After all, is it EU? Is it NA? And so far, we are split. We have one NA representative with Silky, and one for EU with sort of. But this time around, we have 2 NA players in our winners bracket. So it's either Zerg or it's the server.
We'll have to see here. A great opportunity, folks, before we get into our winners match. Talk about our Matcherino. Of course, Matcherino helps us make this possible, but of course, you need to help out to make this all go as smoothly as we possibly can. So we're going to play a short little video for you to show you how you can contribute to our Matcherinos. It's so simple. We really hope that you take the opportunity here, and when we come back, we're going to be into our winners match. So don't go anywhere, folks. Check out this awesome ad for Matcherino, and we'll be right back.
And listen closely.
Our event and contribute in many different ways. 1. Free coupon. Click Contribute, enter the specified coupon code to contribute a predetermined amount of money to the prize pool. 2. Free sponsor quests. On the right side of the screen are various actions supported by sponsors, including retweets, Twitter follows, surveys, among other things. Click into these boxes to complete the action and add the attached prize contribution to the pool free of charge. 3. Marketplace. Products are available in our marketplace, which also contribute to the fundraising pool. Be sure to check out the variety of apparel and collectibles, as well as other unique items. 4. Donate. Clicking on the Contribute button, you're able to add funds to your Matcherino wallet and then directly contribute them to the fundraiser page. Thanks for supporting your event with Matcherino.
Now, see, I was hoping with the magic of production here that we timed this out perfectly and our game was going to be started. But I have a lobby that's waiting for one more person to confirm that we are in fact ready to go into our winners match. So you get to see our beautiful faces one more time.
Who is that person who's keeping us waiting?
Ugh, guess it was one of our players. I guess they need to be ready if we're going to play. So unreasonable.
Always those players.
Man, they think that they're the whole reason we're here watching. Ugh, so selfish.
They think we came here to see them play.
How dare they?
In reality, everybody just came to listen to Rashi's amazing voice.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Settle down there. Hold on now.
You started this.
I suppose I did, but I spoke the truth. I feel like you're stretching it just a little bit.
I don't feel so.
Okay.
But let's see how the players feel about this matchup, because we just loaded into Pillars of Gold, and spawning in the top right corner, it is the Red Terran player. He is Future.
It's spawning in the bottom left. Our blue Zerg player, currently teamless, but still powerful. Give it up for Namshar.
Woo! Now, Namshar is about to show us how to be your own future. And I'm all in for it.
Now, felt like Future's barracks was like super late. I don't know why I have that inclination, but I feel like usually that supply depot gets done and the barracks is just like immediate. And there's a bit of a delay there, so I don't know. Maybe I'm not. Maybe I missed something.
Well, I think the gas was super early, so let's see what he's going to do with it. Yesterday we saw Clem go for a gas first and follow it up with a nice Hellbat timing. Sadly though, sort of kind of anticipated a move like this and he just went for the roach all in. And if you face off roaches with Hellbats, well, roaches kind of have the edge. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's the whole thing about how like the fire just doesn't really do anything more than tickle the roach armor. So kind of weird how that works out, but I suppose it makes sense.
Well, if Alien taught me anything, fire should be really nice against any kind of alien. But well, I guess Zergs just evolved. They saw the movie and they thought, oh man, I really hate getting grilled.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, it was just like a playbook, right? Like, oh man, they're gonna use fire against us. Oh, how can we evolve to fix that? Don't worry, I got just the thing. Hey, Roach! check out my buddy here. He's gonna be really cool. It's the future of Zerg.
I wonder if they had like some plans what they could do, but then scrapped them. Like, we could just live underwater. They can't burn us here. And then they went like, but we can breathe underwater. Ah, dang it.
Imagine sitting in on some of like the balance team meetings at the initial points of StarCraft 2 where they're trying to come up with what they want to do with the game, and they're like, well, hey, we've got this new race and it's only flying units. And they're like, but wait a minute, what about Zerglings? What if Zerglings get put onto the map? Oh, I guess the Zerg would just lose. We can't let them be underpowered. Okay, scrap that idea. All right, what about a race of only cloaked units? Well, doesn't that just mean like they could just always win in the first 4 minutes of the game? Ah, you're right. So that's when they had to change Protoss to only have half cloaked units.
And then they decided to add in the disruptor.
Oh, the disruptor. Oh, what a joy. What a dream. We do have a 1-1-1 here.
Unit.
1-1-1.
I wonder why you would go for fast gas just to go 1-1-1 after. Do we see an armory? No, there's no armory. We have a barracks, but no stim. We basically have 300 gas without any use.
Well, yeah, and I'm trying to figure out what he's going to transition that into. I mean, he's got stim down, but he's still sitting with a sizable gas bank at this point in the game. Now, these Hellions are going to get a little bit of damage done. They are going to weasel their way into the third base and get some good drone kills here. Although some really good splits by Namshar, and the Lynx are going to be able to wrap around on the top side and push the Hellions back off into the third. So all things considered, Namshar only losing 2 drones in that engagement. An incredible spot here. Now, the Liberator will cause a little bit more problems, but the Queen's in a good position. That's going to get damaged in a significant way. So really only 1 Queen would be able to zone this out. And in fact, that Liberator is going to get shut down. I'm still a little confused here at Future's play.
Well, Future is not in a great spot right now. His economy did suffer through that fast gas, and now he lost some Hellions. He lost the Liberator, and with the Zerglings and the Queens on the map, there's just no way of really getting too much damage out. But Future coming in to prove me wrong, taking another 2 drones and losing all of his Hellions in the process.
Yeah, that's going to toss away all the Hellions at least. But even still, you think about how long that engagement went on with those Hellions, and only 4 drones being fried is a good place for Namshar to be. I mean, he's at up to 53 already, both players moving out to their 3-base economy. Namshar's got his 4th base already on the way as well. It's going to be Biotank here for Future. I mean, I guess he spent that gas down finally, but very, very interesting position at the beginning. I'm wondering if Future thought Namshar was going to be aggressive in the beginning, because he was holding back that Reaper for a significant amount of time. He did also want to have himself in a position where maybe he could get into a quick tank if he needed to defend against an early Roach timing, or maybe an early Ling timing as well. But I mean, right now Future seems to have stabilized, at least for the time being.
Well, do you know what he spent his gas on? He just built 2 Liberators out of his reactor starport. And I believe they are already going across the map. One to the left, one to the right. Which one is it going to be, Namsha? Which one will you spot? Which one will you be able to defend? Let's see how much damage this is going to make. Do, right?
You got it. You got it. 1-1 on the way. We've got the muscular augments here on the way as well for those Hydras. So it's going to be Hydraling Bane. Again, we're seeing lots more of that out of our pro scene in Zergland. I'm all for it. I absolutely love it. It's going to be one Liberator getting into the main base here, but both of these Liberators really not finding any major damage. Namshar is able to pull. One drone does get killed in the main. The Liberator in the 3rd base will find a little bit more damage here. Does pick off 3, but all in all, 6 drones do go down. And it's an okay defense, but what's more important is Future wasn't able to get sieged up on the 4th base. So Namshar is doing the damage that he needs to, but look at that army disadvantage. 67-40. He doesn't have enough Banelings to be able to push this off just yet, and there's more reinforcements pushing across the map.
Well, Namsha has to be super careful with how he engages and where he engages. He needs the fight to take place on creep to get on top of those Marines. And meanwhile, like, Future is just taking his 4th base. He's getting into 2-2. And now he's sieging up in a very, very dangerous area for Namsha. Namsha, on the other hand, decided to go for a run by, and well, a lot of Zerglings have been split off to do so. Oh, you can't run into that.
Yeah, there's not enough Zerglings here to help spot for those Banelings. So once all the Banelings do get cut, I mean, there's not a lot left. 17 workers do go down for Future, but Future's going to be able to pick off this 4th base. All of the drones were evacuated, so Namshar's economy is still okay. He's got a 4th base going in the bottom right-hand corner, but it's going to be a big doom drop here into the main, and this is going to be difficult to deal with. One tank is going to be able to siege in the top corner. Queen immediately going down here. Now the count of Zerglings is there that will be able to zone this off and mitigate a little bit more damage, but Future's already on the way to the bottom right-hand corner, and all the drones have been re-rallied. This is a scary moment.
Oh my god, that's the moment when every Terran wishes he just went for mech and had those Hellions with blue flame there just a tiny bit faster.
Whew. So Namshar is kind of hanging on by a thread right now. He is being forced into 3rd base. Now the 4th command center of Future was killed off in that Ling run by that took down 15 odd workers as well. But I mean, you never want to be even on base economy as a Zerg player against a Terran. Mules are just too good. Now, right now, Namshar is able to hang on to a bit of a worker income advantage. He's got 77-57, but it's not that unreasonable to see this 4th command center go down, start pumping out more workers, and suddenly you see a Terran player just explode in economy. But Namshar doing the right thing. He's going to double expand on the left-hand side of the map. I think it's a little bit more defensible over on that corner versus trying to hold down the bottom right hand.
Yeah, I completely agree. And Namsha, Future has been doing a great job in cleaning up the creep in the middle of the map, on the left side of the map, and on the right side he managed to clear a path as well. He has to be careful on the right side though. There's a big engagement, and well, while Namsha decides to just go for it straight away, I believe Namsha could have went for a big surround as well, because there is that creep corridor leading to the backside of that plateau. Now Future is pushing in on the 4th base location once again. The 5th base just finished and will be taken down immediately.
Yeah, and he's effectively going to trade one tank for the 5th base, and that's a great trade for Future. He's going to Doom Drop into the main once again, but this is going to be picked off in a lot quicker fashion. And with no tank, these Banelings are going to be able to swarm on in and pick off some of those Marines, but the Marines not going to fly out just yet. Meanwhile, on the right-hand side, another drop is going to pressure that base in the bottom right-hand corner as it tries to build once again. The hive is underway. 2 more hatcheries trying to get down. Namshar trying so hard to secure himself a 5th base. And I think that this base is going to have to be canceled once again. Fortunately, though, for Namshar, it looks like the bottom right-hand corner is it going to be safe, but for how long?
Future is just doing such a good job in picking off bases here and there, but keep in mind Future is only now trying to secure his 4th base, so all in all I think Namsha is still kind of fine. The Baneling focus fire though, amazing job by Future.
Yeah, Future's doing everything he needs to right now to keep Namshar trading super inefficiently. If we look at the units lost tab, it's almost 3,000 more mineral cost over his opponent. The gas lost is rather similar, but this base is not going to be rescued in time. It's going to be yet another 5th base shut down. Finally, the army on the left is going to get put to its place, and actually a couple of those medevacs actually going to get picked off as well, but there's not a whole lot to deal with the army on the lower right hand side. There are 5 tanks with this, and the tanks are going to do really, really well against this largely Zergling army, but not if it gets surrounded.
This surround, he had it coming a long time. He did not clear the creep in the middle, and now all of those Zerglings get on top of the tanks in the back line, and those Banelings will come in to close the deal.
Yeah, and actually he saves all of those Banelings. I don't think he even lost more than 1 or 2, which is a great position because now he can use that to be aggressive. But some really cute drop play here does clean up some of those Banelings. But now the base on the left-hand side once again is exposed, and this has just been base after base lost here by Namshar. Future is just being relentless.
Future is just so good with his army movement. He gets the army, he gets it in the right position, and he always makes sure to keep Namsha guessing where it's going to hit next. And Namsha, he just tried to go for a run by, it failed. And what are you going to do now? You need the perfect blinding cloud, which he did get, but this trade is still not looking too good for Namsha.
Oh, I actually really liked that. I feel like all of those Banelings got preserved in that engagement. If you can just trade out Zerglings in that type of engagement when you're going up against so many tanks and so many Marines and keep those Banelings, I think that puts you in a really good spot because now Namshar can invest more gas into getting that Lurker Tech on the way. He's able to get 14 more Banelings, which will be very, very good against a large bio push behind this, because anytime you clear out that many tanks, you usually see an opponent that has to sit for a while with mostly Marines. And on the top left-hand corner, or in the left side, I should say, that's exactly what we're seeing.
Well, Namsha now going into Lurkers. I like the move, and I think Future has to act quickly and get a Ghost Academy, because without Ghosts, with Vipers on the field and Lurkers, I don't think you're in for a good time.
No, he's definitely got to find a way to pivot here. +3 is just about done here. 3-3, in fact, actually. It's finally that hatchery in the left-hand side. Going to do everything it possibly can to get secured one last time. The planetary fortress is going to be enough to deflect the backstab force of Namshar. And Future is going to try and make a big push here. Namshar has fought all game trying to deflect army after army. But now with a 25 army supply lead, can Future just storm on into the bottom right-hand corner? Lurkers are going to be able to help zone this back. The bio will not be able to engage on top of this as easily, but he's got to get it positioned here. He's trying to stay out of the range of the tanks as well, but instead he's just going to leap on forward. Some very good blinding clouds that make the tanks indecisive here and will give just enough time for those lurkers to get some work done, but it's not enough. The tank count is still rather high, more reinforcements pouring out across the map here. Namshar has lost a lot, and he doesn't have a whole lot to replace everything, and it's mostly Zerglings on the back of this.
Namshar tried to go for a surround. He tried to get in from behind, but his second army got crushed by all of that army that Future accumulated in the meantime. And now there's just a ton of tanks, but they are getting cleaned up by those Zerglings. That's rather sloppy by Namshar by Future losing all those high-tech units. Oh my god! Did that Baneling just kill like 5 Marines?
Yeah, it got some pretty decent value there on the backside. Cleaning up all those tanks is good, but I feel like Namshar cannot trade evenly. He cannot trade an army for an army. He's got to come out ahead at least once if he wants to try and bounce back into this game, because Future just continues to pump out more of those high-tech units. He's got more Marauders in the mix this time around. Siege tanks are still providing a lot of value. He's holding on to this base, but he just doesn't have what he needs to shut this down. So, I mean, this is probably one of the last pushes here before this base is going to come under fire once again. Now, good Ling run by in the top left will be able to pick off some workers here. 5 does go down. Now, this is a kind of engagement that he absolutely needed. He's able to clean up the tanks, and he can push with this army. He's got Hydras, he's got Banelings, and now there is an exposed orbital command with a whole mineral line ready to go.
How come there's a mineral line, but it just doesn't matter. Namshar is running in. He gets another couple of SCV kills. Now he has to be careful not to lose all of his expensive units, and those lurkers will most likely help him preserve the Hydralisk count.
That is the engagement that Namshar was waiting for. He needed one engagement where he was going to be able to jump on top of everything and force a retreat, and that's exactly what he got. These lurkers now should be able to zone out this army, but the army's just going to dive right on into the center here. Most of these bases are well protected. The orbital command actually does go down, so that's going to be a bit more damage here. 10 more workers going down on the back side of this. And this is now a bit of a desperation push here as Future trying to get as much damage done as possible. And he's just going to dive into the main base.
Oh my god, it was only an empty medevac, but there are still units that got dropped into the main. Future is trying to buy himself as much time as he can, pulling Namshar around because he knows he's behind right now. He knows he needs some tanks, he needs some Marines to just keep on holding back against the relentless pressure Namshar has been putting on.
This is a bit of a scary situation here for Future. He's kind of caught on the back wall, and these lurkers are going to be able to get so much damage done. Big steps forward, but all those lurkers are going to chew away at the bio. But a very, very nice concave here is not enough. Namshar backs Future into a corner and takes game number 1.
All of you guys out there, make sure to get your friends, family, pet, whoever is close to you to get in here and watch this series. It's just amazing what all of these players are performing and showing today. We are in 2.5 hours and none of those matches has been even a tiny bit boring. We've seen non-stop action. Those players are just handing each other the knives.
Whew. Very, very good stuff here. And I feel like we experienced that yesterday as well with our Group A, where we had lots of macro long form games. These players are very well matched against each other. And it's just, again, showing us some very strong plays in this series. And now we see a Terran player who, again, back against the wall, has an opportunity to come back and win 2 in a row to move himself out of this group in first place. And I know that he would absolutely prefer that. That would put him up against, sort of, in the playoffs versus his fellow American in Silky.
Well, let's see how good your call on this map is. Once again, you've told us that Eternal Empire is a good Terran map, but so far I've only seen Terrans lose on this map. How come, Rush? How come?
So I feel like Eternal Empire is a Terran favored map, or it's definitely less Zerg favored. There's and we can talk more about it once we get into the game. Some of the things that Zerg is a little pigeonholed into doing to make sure that they don't just immediately fall to some early pressure. One of our players is going to take a quick 1 minute break, so we are going to take a quick 1 minute plug to talk about Matcherino once again. Thank you so much, folks, for checking out that link at the top of the chat. If we have everybody that's in the stream right now bumping out to that link using the code APSUS7, we can go ahead and get all of these codes used, and we can get our players funded as quickly as we possibly can. So please do consider checking that out. We do appreciate that. Of course, if you really enjoy the games that you're seeing and you want to have an opportunity to own the replays from this event, you can of course kick in $5 to our player pool, and you will get the replay pack at the end of this event, which will be taking place tomorrow with our playoffs and our finals. Same time, same place here on play.africatv.com/alphaxsc2.
Well, guys, you've heard it. Get those replays, because this is the future. And, well, I'm just so excited. Once again, future Namsha on Eternal Empire. I can't think of any other map I would like to see more being played right now. Is there any map you would like to see more in this deciding match?
You know, a map I feel like we haven't seen a whole lot of in this tournament has actually been Death Aura. And I kind of like Death Aura as a map. It's probably just because I'm a Zerg player. But we've only seen Golden Wall a couple of times as well. So maybe we need the Golden Wall Death Aura dream here.
The Death Wall.
The Death
You
Wall.
called it. Please, somebody out there. I'm 100% sure some creative people out there are sitting at home. They don't really know what to do with their amazing creativity. Why not go ahead, make a map that's called Death Aura. Makes a Death Wall.
I was gonna say there's somebody's out there going, wait, I did, it's in there.
You just didn't see it yet, but I did.
I did. Oh.
You know, it's like facing off with your teacher, and he's like, "You forgot your homework." No, I did it at home. I just didn't bring it.
See, when you start bringing out the teacher jokes, now I'm in my element. I'm here. I feel validated. And we're gonna jump in to game number 2. This player in the bottom left-hand corner needs to secure 2 wins in a row if he'd like to advance out of this group in first place and make it to tomorrow's playoff event. The home team for Alpha X. Make some noise for Future.
Ooh. And spawning in the top right corner, he is wearing the blue trunks. He is a Zerg player and he's from Sweden. Give it up for Namsha.
Okay, so Eternal Empire.
Teacher jokes.
Well, okay. We got time for teacher jokes, but again, my explanation on Eternal Empire. So, you have the two options for third base, and if you're a Terran player, you spend a good chunk of your energy trying to get a block on this third base expansion, because if your Zerg opponent wants to try to get into that fast 3 base, he would then have to take this, but there's that dead space all the way back and behind. If a Liberator were to park in this dead space, it can siege onto the third base mineral line. It has nothing that can reach it until you can get air units out onto the map, which forces your opponent into Spire, which then gives you an easy way to plan and prepare. You can just bunker down. It's just basically like a really, really rough spot for Zerg players to try and play from. So it either forces you to take a really early third, which is what Namshar's going to do in this case, or you have to take a gamble and hope that you can mitigate your opponent's stalling of your third base. But in this case, Namshar gets the third base out, and it's all good.
Future didn't go for the SCV block. One of the reasons why I think Namsha was able to get that third base up so quickly. Now, oh my god, he gets the drone. That's a moral win. He already won the match. Namsha just doesn't know it.
We're gonna find out that on like the income graph, we'll just pull that up and it's like, whoa! It is actually in Future's favor right now, but like
suddenly all his Marines have +3 attack without researching it.
Wouldn't that be like an interesting game mode where you have to, if you accomplish like a super secret task, it gives you like 60 seconds of extra upgrade potential, where like in that case, like, oh yeah, you kill 3 drones before the 2-minute mark, and it's suddenly like, I have 50 supply worth of 3-3, go!
Like, you know about it, but your opponent doesn't. So you're always trying to figure out what your opponent is looking for, which goal he has to achieve, and at the same time you're trying to achieve your own goal because those buffs on your units are just amazing. Like suddenly you have pro gamer units. Everybody knows that feeling. That, well, you go for the same build, and somehow Maru's Marines just have 20 more HP than yours because they always seem to survive 2 baiting hits. And then that one game, you get that achievement, you get that drone kill, suddenly you get those pro gamer Marines and everything changes.
Okay, so now here's an interesting question. What would you rather have as a prize? Would you rather have 5 mules that just drop into any mineral line, and it doesn't matter what race you're in? Or would you rather have Cyril take over your micro and macro for 30 seconds?
Can I have both?
You cannot have both.
Because, like, me with 5 mules, on the other side, Sarah with 5 mules, nice. But Sarah with my infrastructure for 30 seconds, meh.
Oh, okay.
So I think I'd take the mules, but I would drop them on my opponent's mineral line, because that's like, how much minerals are those? 75, which he won't get back.
Yeah, so, interesting. So then you would be stealing 425 minerals out of a mineral line?
Yeah,
That's interesting.
I would go for that one, because what's Sarah going to do with the 5 units that I created?
He's gonna
No, he
micro
didn't
them
get
like
the evac-
crazy. What's he gonna do?
Right?
Or he's
But,
gonna scout with
like-
them. All of a sudden, you're gonna see like a stemmed marine running up into a main base, and it's like, how did he
And
do
just
that?
kills everything. He gets the name John Rambo, and he just kills everything. And you know, he just got the Cell Micro. That's not fair.
Oh, alrighty. Looks like Future's gonna be ready to move out here. He does have a significant army count lead. The creep is okay out front of the fourth here. There is some Baneling coverage here. 1-1 is about halfway done. But Future's going to hit a timing here where his 1-1 and Combat Shield is going to be able to finish. These Queens are really, really far out, and Baneling speed is not quite done. It's going to be about another 10 seconds before that is cleaned up, and that is going to be about the time that Future wants to hit here. So these Banelings will be able to be effective. Oh, but look at this. It's going to be tanks on the high ground here. This is a very difficult position to siege into, but Baneling speed is now done, and the Lings run in from the bottom side as well. They wrap around the tanks. Baneling's going to get on top of the Bio Army, but really good pickoffs. Every single Baneling gets picked. So this is a scary situation here, but all the tanks are taken care of. I think Future has to step back, at least for right now.
I really don't like the decision by Future to pick up his units and just go to the high ground, because you're just cutting off your reinforcements yourself. You give the Zerg the possibility to get on top of you, and that's what Namsha just did. He gets on top of Future, and now what is your tank gonna do? Gonna die.
Yeah, and this is not a good position for Future to try and play from. Once again, Namshar's looking for just 1 or 2 engagements where he can come out ahead. And as he is moving into Mutiling Bane, this is going to be a different army composition, and I'm not certain that Future has really gotten the impression that this is in fact the case. In fact, he hasn't really scanned into the main or the natural at all. It's only now that he's going to start seeing that mutas are out onto the field, and it's going to come at the cost of a third base run by here. Future's in a position where he can start to zone out and create lots of damage in multiple locations, but I'm not sure if he's got the longevity to be able to hold on to this.
That run by is just pulling Future's attention back to his main. He has a small drop on the right side, but he can't use it because he's too busy cleaning up all those Zerglings. His push on the left side has been deflected once again. Namsha did not lose his 5th hatch, and that production is about to kick in, and boy is it going to hit hard.
Okay, so that was a fortunate maybe miss micro here by Namshar. Tanks able to get a few kills there, picking off a couple of the medevacs as well. Right now, the Baneling count is a little bit off kilter here. Now, we had Lings on one side with no Banes. Now we have Banes with no Lings on the opposite side, and this is not going to be as effective. Future able to push that off, but the mutas are going to continue to rain havoc here on the 4th base.
I'm always feeling like, oh no, Future is about to get caught by all of those Banelings, and then all of the Marines will be killed off, and just in the nick of time he manages to pick up all of those Marines and get a good trade after all. Now those mutas are closing in, and that Medivac has to be dead.
And that picked off a lot of units as well. Here's where Namshar is going to thrive. He's looking for those great engagements, and he's finding them here. Now, these Banelings do get kind of caught out. The Mutalists want to make sure that they don't just engage blindly. On top of the bio, the Queens are going to try and race back to the creep, but it's going to cost the 2 of their lives at this point.
Namsha is morphing in additional Banelings, and boy, he needs them because there's just so much bio out of Future. Future did take some hits in the earlier stages of the game through a run by, through bad engagements, but right now he's getting into shape, and Namsha really needs those Banelings. As of right now, there are almost no Widow Mines. There are 2 Widow Mines with this army for Future, and 2 Widow Mines just don't deal enough damage, don't kill enough Banelings for Future to really engage into this. But the Mutalists are closing into the natural.
Yeah, this is going to be kind of a big moment here for Future. Future's going to lose a lot here at the natural. He's already lost 13 workers. There's tons of banelings here. I think this is going to be just enough to deal the bio damage he needs to. And Future's not paying attention. He's watching those mutas trying to get that flock, and he loses so much of his bio at the front side. And yet there is so many Ling and Bane that are just going to be pouring on in here. That Thor dangerously low. The Baneling's going to be able to get on top of more of the bio, and he's not trading that efficiently. Namshar's gotten the damage he's looking for, and now the mutas are going to be able to come in and clean up all of the medevacs. This is going to be incredible damage that's going to be difficult for Future to recover from.
This is just perfect play. We saw this yesterday by the Zerg players as well. They go for a Lingbane Mutalisk and they just pick the Terrans apart. They get into the natural, they take down the one turret, and from there on it's free reign for the Mutalisk. And behind all of this, all you want to do is get your Baneling count up, because as soon as you kill the first wave of tanks, and the Terran has to be careful with what he produces with his factory, it gets so hard to get those Wither Mines out, and Wither Mines are something that Future really needs right now.
I don't know why the mutas weren't with that main engagement. I think if mutas were here, he actually might just get Future to tap out, but he wants to try and play the long con here. There was no turrets rebuilt at the second base here. Oh, some good mine connections here will soften up a good chunk of the mutas, but it's not going to be enough. And there's just enough mutas here that they can just sit right on top of those turrets and just whittle them down. So it's going to be more worker kills for Namshar. Future just sweating too much worker damage here, as now the third base is under fire, and Future really doesn't have an army out onto the map. He's got army supply, but it's so spread out across many different locations and unable to really deal the damage that he needs to. And now, having lost 29 workers to Namshar's 80 worker count, this begins to be a bit of a desperate situation here for Future.
Falling down from to those 38 workers is a hard hit to take, and Future is trying to make something work with this push over here, but at the same time the Mutalisks are at the fourth base and they are wreaking havoc once again. Now the Zerglings and Banelings are coming in, and there's just so much Zerg.
Mutas are going to come clean up the remainder of the air army here in the Liberators. And now Future has another Bioforce, but he's having a difficult time being able to recreate. His economy is stilted. Right now his army supply is struggling. And Namshar has owned the income advantage for the last 10 minutes. That's never a position you want to be in as a Terran player. So that was some good engagements against the Banelings, but not enough. Namshar takes a 2-0 victory over his opponent and will be advancing first place in our group today.
Man, those NA Zergs are really putting on the pressure right now. Yesterday Silky, now Namsha. Man, you guys over there, you just get really good practice, right?
USA. I know Namshar's not from USA, but USA.
He's not even living in the US.
Well, that's not information that's important at this point. What is important is that Namshar will be advancing in first place in our group, and he is the winner of our winners match. He will be moving on to join Silky and Sort of, and I believe we'll be facing off against Sort of, so it will be a ZVZ semifinals confirmed for tomorrow. So, of course, my heart, very happy. But we do still need to figure out who will be advancing second out of Group B. So we will be moving on to our elimination match. It will be Gerald versus Euthermal. I think I have an idea of how this may shape up, but it's a TVP in the elimination match once again.
Man, those Zergs are just pulling ahead right now. And to be honest, it's not really like Zerg that's just too strong. It's just incredibly well played out. Silky yesterday, he always made sure to catch the Terran on the map before they can burrow, before they can get into position. And if you do that, you just run them over. This time around, Future did get caught. He did get caught in a bad position. He lost those expensive tech units, and Namsha just piled on the pressure, and he was just so relentless with his Mutalisk Caress. Amazing play by both of those first play advancers. And really looking forward to what the future holds.
I see what you did there. And with that pun, we will be taking a short break here as we get ready for our elimination match. It's going to be another TVP, Geralt versus Euthermal. You guys are watching the Alpha Pro Series Ultimate Showdown, NA number 2. My name is Rushy. This is Black One. We'll be right back right after this. Don't go anywhere. All right, hello everybody. Welcome back. We are here in Group B of the Alpha Pro Series Ultimate Showdown NA versus EU number 2 in the elimination match. It's Geralt versus Euthermal. Maybe a little bit of a surprising twist here to see Euthermal in the bottom side of the bracket, but I think both of our players are in a strong position where they could both make a legitimate argument to move on forward here. Do you have any thoughts here before we jump into game number 1?
Please make Widow Mines hit big clumps of probes.
Big clumps, not the little ones, the big ones.
Only the big ones.
Only the big ones. That's his only wish. And we're going to jump on in to a TVP. We're going to start here on Pillars of Gold, spawning in the top right. Our red Protoss player playing for Team Exxon. Give it up for Geralt.
And spawning on the bottom left, he is the Blue Terran. He is Liquid himself. He is Euthermal. Now Euthermal already identified something really special. Gerald, you can write him with D and T. If you put it together at the end, get DTs.
I'm like, I was gonna type it out, and I'm like, and then the DT. Okay. I like it.
Let's see if Gerald decides to actually go for this beautiful unit, which morphs into Archons, and Archons are a pretty cool unit.
Well, and
You
Archons. Oh my gosh. This probe's got some plans. Making my way downtown. Okay.
Do you know the scene where Terry Crews is singing the song? There's a movie, I forgot the name, but Terry Crews is sitting in a Caprio, and he just starts singing this song. And if you know Terry Crews, it was a funny moment. Not gonna lie.
See, I think like Terry Crews is like unanimously known in the US realm as the guy on the Old Spice commercials, just constantly yelling at you.
Yes.
To wear deodorant and try their body washes, and of course, like I'm not gonna cramp in on Cramo's time here and talk about yet a different deodorant slash men's grooming products company. Not blatantly in this case, but I will talk about the Stargate that's being built across the map here for Geralt. That's going to be a very quick oracle arriving in Euthermal's base.
Oh, imagine this. Stargates in StarCraft 3 are no longer producing units, but if you get 2, you can just travel from one to the other with all of your units.
I mean, Protoss have been saying they want to be Zerg for so long that this would just absolutely give them the power.
By the way, this build by Euthermal is just amazing. I love it. I think he gets an armory with it as well. But as of right now, there's an Oracle being produced, and he needs to get at least one of those armories, one of those Widow Mines in position to defend it. There's the armory. Yes, I love this build. So what you do is you get 4 Widow Mines, you drop them all, and because of that armory, they are cloaked when they arrive. But now those Widow Mines are out of position, and the Oracle gets 4 SCV kills immediately. A 5th and a 6th will fall. Even a 7th? No, energy runs out. Sad for that Oracle, but now the Widow Mine drop is on the way, and Gerald needs to defend this, and he needs to defend it well.
Here's the problem, though. He killed the worker building that armory, so that armory timing is going to be significantly delayed here, and I don't know if that's going to be ready in time, or at bare minimum, he's going to have to delay his drop a little bit, but it looks like the Oracle is going to follow that medevac all the way back home. He's going to have Revelation available. There's Stalkers already in position, and Euthermal, unfortunately, is not going to get the damage done that he needs to. 4 more workers go down here before a Viking's able to shove that Oracle back and out of the way. But that Oracle's got 4 kills. The Oracle on the other side also have a handful as well. But he's just going to leap on in here. He's going to commit into that. Unable to get that stopped. The Revelation's going to be able to reveal almost all of these mines. And the mines are going to get little to no damage done.
Oh, when is the Revelation going to wear off? And is that Widow Mine able to burrow? Now there is one other Widow Mine gets cleaned up. Overall, this has not been the trade that Euthermal alias Liquid Thermi has been looking for. He did lose a Medivac, he lost all of those Widow Mines, and he barely killed anything. He hit a Phoenix and he killed a Stalker. This is not the way it's supposed to go.
Well, and on top of that, I mean, Geralt's still got all of his tech out on the opposite side of the map as he could potentially still get into that Stargate tech. If anything, he can get a fleet beacon without having to worry about rebuilding that Stargate back at home. So he has access to that, and that should be able to continue weighing on Euthermal here. But these Adepts are going to get on in. I mean, I guess the hit squad of mines will just clean that up and take care of business, but that's going to make it very difficult for Euthermal to continue to get more work done as Geralt continues to get across the map and cause more problems. I mean, do we even have a third base on the way just yet? Okay, we do. It's just now finishing up for Euthermal. 4 probes do manage to go down. I'm not sure where, though. I mean, that mine drop didn't get across the map that quickly, did it?
I think he did have another mine drop.
Okay.
Like, the thing with this build is you want to build momentum. You just want to be in your Protoss opponent's face with those mines, and those mines get beautiful hits out. One mine still on the way, and it's about to hit the natural.
That one actually did get picked off. Finally, the Stalkers were in position. But all in all, 18 probes get cleaned up off of these drops. That's finally the damage that Euthermal was looking for. It drops Geralt below his worker count of 48. Euthermal now able to get that orbital command out to a third base location. And suddenly we see a Terran player who's maybe breathing a little sigh of relief, saying, okay, finally I can stabilize in this game.
Oh, Jared is trying to intercept the next drop, but there is no next drop coming in, or at least not in the direction he was hoping for. Now, the thing with Euthermal's build is you want to catch your opponent off guard. If that doesn't happen, the build pretty much fails because your stim is just so heavily delayed. And right now we see the problem with it. Your other units are just so weak. You don't have a lot of production behind all of this, and those Stalkers are putting on a lot of pressure and force the third base to lift off.
Yeah, and that's a lot of Stalker potential here. And there's really only 3 Marauders, and the Marauders are easily able to be picked off. Big Stims will continue to make this a little bit scarier here. I mean, there's plenty of energy on the one medevac, so the medevac will be able to even itself out here. His upgrades are also going to help as well. He's got 1-1 on the way. It's actually just about done. Combat Shield, concussive shells are all going to finish up about the same time. But Geralt's already making his transition here. More gateways on the way. A robotics bay going to come down. Wouldn't be surprised to see disruptors against a player like Euthermal. But it wouldn't surprise me to see those Colossi hit the field either. But Geralt's gearing up here. He's trying to prepare himself for a big push. Stasis Ward going down on the left side of the third. Good Scan's going to try and see what new tech he can find, but all the good tech's located in the main, so Liquid Euthermal is going to have to live in uncertainty, at least for now.
Call him by his name he chose. He chose to be Liquid Thermi, so we will keep it that way. A Stalker gets picked up, and Jared gets the scouting information that, okay, there's something coming my way. Now, he does not have that many units. He's trying to get Colossi out, but I'm not sure if they will be there in time to defend the 4th base if Euthermal should decide to go for it. We have a big salad run by at the 3rd base, but this fight is going down right now, right here. The Marauders are doing big work against those Stalkers, but there are only a couple of Medivacs left, and now the Widowmines will join the force with the Observer above all of this. This should not be a big problem. Euthermal trying to micro his heart out, and well, Gerald is pulling back. He's pulling back deep.
Yeah, he's got the Zealot run by at the 3rd base here, and that hasn't quite been dealt with, but no charge makes that run by very slow and very bulky. Meanwhile, Euthermal is able to get so much damage done here of his own. These Marauders have gone relatively unchecked. That lack of charge is really causing a problem, and he's actually on top of the Twilight Council here. He could very easily just tap this out, but right now he's just going to commit into that army. Some more good stems, some good warpins. He's going to try and get as much damage done as possible. All in all, 9 probes going to go down. Did he pick up that base? I think he did. He grabs the orbital command. Geralt gets so much more value out of that than I ever would have imagined. So right now, I think the supply counts are a bit deceiving, but Geralt's at a point where he can try and get back into this just because he has an economic advantage slightly. But he's got to hold this push.
I completely agree. He has to hold though, and I'm not sure if he can. He has a lot of chargelets, which will be really handy. And if Euthermal controls this not in a perfect way, this might do a lot of damage. But Euthermal did pull the boys with the Colossus. There is a lot of damage though, and well, Jared can pull probes as well. The Colossus falling. Now it's only Stalkers and a bunch of Zealots. And Zealots will just get kited, and those Marauders don't care about your Stalkers. They will just stim for the win. It's such a close fight. A bunch of Stalkers are still left. They are being forced away. We have 24 probes and 24 SCVs that were killed, and now the Nexus will be next.
Euthermal definitely jumped on the timing. He knew he was in a position he had to get tons of damage done, and cleaning up the 4th base, owning the 3rd base. I mean, this mineral line has never been recovered because of the Widowmine coverage, and he's going to have a big scan upwards. There are Archons. He's not going to be able to just blindly jump on in, but that doesn't mean he can't engage on the 3rd base and force that army out of the main ramp. Geralt is fighting on fumes here. He's down almost 40 army supply. The 3rd base is going to fall, and I'm just not sure what Geralt can do here without 2 Nexi on the outside skirts.
Well, he has 4 workers more than Euthermal does, but Euthermal had the power of mules, and he did drop that hammer of mules to get some minerals, and he used those minerals wisely because his army is looking good compared to Jared's at least.
I think this is writing on the wall here for Geralt. This is probably one of the last opportunities here he can really make a stance in this game. He is going to try and take a 3rd, but it's going to cost him a lot of the mineral bank that he has, and right now doesn't have a whole lot of units. In terms of what he's lost, he is behind on the units lost tab, and Euthermal is ready to bring the party. He wants to get one last big push, but Psystorm is just about to finish up. How many storms are available? At least 2 or 3. This could swing the tide in his favor.
EMPs! But those EMPs hit perfectly and everything. Gerald has been building dice in a matter of seconds. That storm was the only thing that could have brought him back in this game, and those EMPs just decimated all of that energy. Euthermal taking the game.
Outstanding stuff here. Outstanding play from our blue Terran player. And, I mean, that puts Geralt on the edge here. He needs to win 2 in a row if he wants to advance out of this group. But Euthermal showing some very, very strong play in this matchup. And, I mean, I'm not saying that we're really surprised by that. I mean, he's a very good player with lots of experience. And I know that he would love to try and advance onward into the decider match to go back up against our player in... Oh my gosh, I keep moving all my stuff. In future, he would love the rematch.
And I think if he got the rematch, he would have a plan in his pocket, just like Batman would. And you know what? We have 2 Terrans who deserve to be called Batman of the StarCraft universe. We have Euthermal and we have TY. Now, which Batman would you choose?
I mean, I'd have to go with the caster slash player slash GSL champion slash. No offense to my no offense to my boy Euthermal, but I mean, anytime there's a commentator in that pick'em, I gotta go with him.
Okay, so what if I told you Euthermal had the power of the second Terminator to just get liquid and go through stuff?
We would have to go back to the conversation about whether or not Clem is also a liquid, and if 2 liquids can pass between 2 liquids, and now my brain just hurts. We got to introduce these players spawning in the top right-hand corner. 1 win away from moving on to the rematch against Future. Playing for Team Liquid, give it up for Euthermal.
And now spawning in the bottom left corner, he's the red Protoss player. He has to bring it back to have a shot at convincing us that he's worthy of the next round. He is Gerald. Of course, he's representing Exxon game.
Exxon.
So, you know, jingle, man. Why not? Just message those teams. I'm sure they would jump on it immediately.
I just
It would be
absolutely
so
love...
fun as well.
I don't even know, like, I can't, I'm trying to sit here and even, like, wiggle my mouse that fast, and he's not only wiggling the mouse, but, like, clicking at the same time. His poor wrist.
Man, I don't know, those pro gamers are just different kind of human being. I don't know, like, I'm having problems with my wrist and I barely play an hour a day. Now, imagine what an innovation or Maru has to go through, and how the hell do they keep their wrists in shape? This is like, I don't know. I honestly don't know. How can you be so resistant to this kind of pain? Oh, that move could have been so nice. Blocking the Reaper with the probes. Euthermal, come on, give us some highlights.
See, I think back to, what was it? There was a very interesting interview that I watched. It wasn't necessarily about StarCraft 2, but it was talking about like esports in general and how many parallels there are between like esport contestants and regular traditional sport contestants, and the diet that goes involved, and the training and the physical training, and it was almost kind of funny where someone made a cringy comment like, oh yeah, even though we're nerds, we still go to the gym every day to work out so we can be in peak condition. And it was really funny just listening to the way they spoke about it. And it's like, look at us, we're just as good as a basketball player. And it's like, well, we need to read the room just a tiny bit. But I thought it was very fascinating to see how many things lined up between traditional athletes and esport athletes. It was very fascinating.
I don't want to be disrespectful of any other sport, but I think we can compete with, I don't know, golf. Anything that involves one move and one move only. Oh, the Widow Mine! It's a trader mine! The Protoss, they bought the Widow Mine and they made it kill its brethrens.
Yeah, that Widow Mine actually works for Mirahan, and in this moment, Geralt, it's like the campaign mission. He paid off Mirahan for more than the other person, so that mine works for Geralt for now.
No, I never played the campaign. I never even touched.
You and I are gonna have some talking to do after this cast, Black One, because I'm sitting here like real concerned right now.
Like, I don't know. I came into StarCraft through a video on a gaming site in Germany, and they were like, "Hey, there's StarCraft 2. Check it out. The new expansion, Heart of the Swarm, is coming up soon." So I was like, "Oh, nice! It's a multiplayer," and I convinced friends of mine to join me in buying this. I don't know how I did it. Nowadays they don't play with me anymore.
No, a sad story.
But we immediately jumped into AI matches, and then 3v3, 4v4, and I don't know. I never thought about the campaign, to be honest.
Well, I will say this to anyone that's listening that has not had a chance to check out the campaign. It is worth it. It is worth the price of the game as it sits. But that being said, this is going to be a big blink forward here. Tons and tons of stalkers going to jump on in. Immediately, workers get pulled off of the mineral line. The combat shield was actually denied, and that is enough. He's just going to recall out of there. One lonely stalker, unfortunately, left to fend for itself. But it comes off of the heels of a big bio drop in the main base here. Not only do all of the tech buildings get picked off, he kills off 12 probes, but does not get away with everything. One of those medevacs does get picked off. And that was a wild exchange there. I mean, both players kind of striking at roughly the same time. Ultimately, I have to say that I think Geralt came out with a little bit more because his tech buildings are still standing. They will get repowered and Charge is going to continue building, but the combat shield is not going to be done. And Euthermal already going into those concussive shells. He can't afford to wait any longer. Oh, he does have a second barracks building combat shield. Okay, never mind. Okay, so now I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. What's your thoughts here?
Well, you know, there's this picture that Neuro likes to paint where StarCraft is like playing the piano while somebody else is trying to punish you. Well, Geralt was so focused on getting that combat shield and dealing damage on the other side that he didn't realize that Euthermal just stood there with a sledgehammer and was ready to hit his fingers. And he did. 12 probes that early in the game, that has to hurt. And even though he did delay combat shields, well, guess what? Other than combat shields, there wasn't really any damage being taken by Euthermal, and I'm 100% sure Euthermal will take this trade any time of the day. And now those are the Widowmine connections that I was hoping for.
Yeah, you were waiting, you were patient, and your patience paid off. Now, Euthermal is going to be able to get out to this third base here. Geralt, trying to secure his worker count, now has to rebuild from the bottom up at this point. And it's going to be, looks like more drops here. I think Geralt is going to swing to the right-hand side of the map. He feels like he needs to go get some counter damage done, and he's got a ton of Zealots. Charge is already finished.
No.
The Dark Shrine is on the way as well.
Oh no. Oh no, those drops! Okay, they get out just in time. They were so close to getting picked off by the stalkers, and Euthermal just realizes, oh wait, this is a gateway army. I cannot push out. This, all Gerald wants to do is catch you on the map and then surround you with all those zealots. And Uthermal is doing very well in just staying at home, getting his units in a nice concave, in a nice position, maybe get some widow mines, some walls, and get the next tech. And the next tech will be ghosts.
Yeah, ghosts are a great choice here, especially if Geralt wants to try and get those Archons out onto the map. It's possible with those Dark Shrines that that's going to be a transition point for him. But, I mean, more than anything, the value alone in being able to knock out the shields of your opponents is so valuable. The Stalkers will be able to continue blinking back and forward. This is a big warp in the main base, and a lot of the army is segmented off, so that we'll be able to catch some of this before it deals any major damage. But now he is going to have to think about this as he tries to reposition and protect himself. Stalker's going to try and leap on in once again, but big blink backwards. Too much of the army still hanging out at the third base. I'm not sure here. The ghosts are going to be spotted. Geralt's on a bit of a timer right now. I mean, Uthermal is just jumping straight ahead.
Well, Geralt is trying to get all that splash damage that he has been missing in. He's getting a Templar Archive, he's getting Colossi, he's getting Disruptor. Actually, he's just getting everything at once.
Yeah, I mean, Disruptors are, I think, a good choice in this specific case, especially when you're playing behind like Geralt is. But he doesn't want to commit all the way into it. He is going to grab a couple of those Colossi. He's already got 2 on the field. 1 more will be added in, and I think 3 is a good position for him to play from. It is +3 on the way for the bio units. Stalker's going to wiggle in on the backside of the third base to try and get more damage done. And I think Geralt was expecting a 4th base here, but it's not quite done. It's just about finished. He's going to probably need those zealots to deal with this army. He barely has enough army alone to deal with this head on.
Well, this is a big push by Uthermal. He did get damage in the early stages of the game, and now he's really getting those rewards out of it. He has 2-2 done. He has ghosts, he has medivacs, marines, and marauders, and he's going to shred through whatever Geralt has here, unless there are really substantial connects by those disruptors. But as it seems, there won't be, at least not as fast as, well, Geralt would be hoping for. Now the 4th base will be under attack for Geralt. It's taken down immediately, and the zealots on the other side of the map are doing quite a lot of work as well.
Yeah, but I don't think it's as much work as it could have. A lot of the zealots in the natural got pulled into the bunker, so they're not dealing any worker damage, but the zealots at the third were able to connect. 13 workers goes down, but I mean, his bases are still standing. He's got a 4th base all the way right here. Now DTs are going to try and have something to say about that, but that base can just very easily lift, and that's not going to be the kind of damage that Geralt needs. I mean, Geralt needs to shut down production. He needs to shut down the mining of Uthermal, much in the same way that he did over across the map. He's still working on getting those Nexi up. This is such a small force that I'm not sure if Geralt's going to be able to make the most of this, but he's got the DTs. He has what he needs. Now he just needs to punish it and make it happen.
Well, Geralt is trying to get that planetary fortress. He should blink out of there, and so he does. 3-3 is about to finish though for Uthermal, and that's another big timing. He will be hitting. We see some harassment by Geralt trying to pull Uthermal's army out of position, but I don't know if you want to fight this army in any position. The disruptor shots though, they are just hitting everything.
Yeah, actually the first one completely missed, and I think that kind of put Geralt in a bad position because he needed every single one, but every one past it was so effective. but unfortunately, stimps are going to be just a bit too much. The DT's cleaned up at the 4th base location, and I think that Euthermal has enough army here with some very, very good dodges on the remaining disruptors. I think he's going to be able to clean this out 2-0 and move on to reface against Future in the decider match.
Another epic series is coming to an end, but will it? Actually, there are still disruptors which could get huge connects. Okay, they don't, and that should be the end. GG is called. Good luck as well. Gerald going off with a bang.
Yeah, literally going out with a bang here. As we get ourselves into position, we are going to be set to a short break. We're going to run an ad. We're going to get ourselves set and ready to go, and it's going to be our decider match where we determine which Terran will be advancing in to face off against 3 other Zerg players. Will it be Future or will it be Euthermal? Folks, we're going to toss it over to a Matcherino ad to talk about our sponsor quests and how if you have events that you would like to get extra funding for, you can work with Matcherino to create more opportunities to bring people to your Matcherino page, which of course Alpha X as their Matcherino for this event. Please do consider checking out that link here in the break. APS US 7 adds 50 cents to the prize pool. But let's go ahead and take a look at how you can add sponsor quests to your own events. And after that, we'll go to a short break. But when we return, it will be the decider match here for the Alpha Pro Series Ultimate Showdown Day 2. You guys are watching played.africatv.com/alphaxsc2. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back right after this. My name is Rushy, and this is a 1-minute tutorial on how to create your own Matcherino quests for your online events. Let's get started. Go to Matcherino.com and click the sign-in button in the top right. You'll need to link an account to begin. I use my Twitch account because it's the most convenient for me, but you can choose which one works best for you. Once you log in, click your username in the top right and select Profile. Along the left side will be a place to select Sponsor Quests, and you've arrived. Click the Add button and give this quest a clear title and a sleek image. Your quest can be attached to all games, but one option to better reach your audience is to limit your quest to games that fit your specific community. You can also target specific audiences by whitelisting specific countries, or by blacklisting specific countries so they can't see your quests. You can also set specific actions that your quests require, such as website clicks or Twitter follow. Doing all of this will get you great-looking buttons that your fans can interact with on your Matcherino pages. Use the Analytics tab to see how your quests are doing and what works best for your community. Every click counts. I hope this video helped you start your Matcherino quest. Thanks for supporting Matcherino. Now, let's get back to the action. All right, hello, folks. Welcome back. We are set and ready to go for our decider match. It's going to be another TVT, a rematch between Future and Euthermal. Now, it was a very, very interesting series the first time around. I mean, it was Future kind of edging out Euthermal 2-1 in the first series. Do you think that it's going to be that clear cut here the second time around, Black One?
I think Euthermal will just cheese his way through now. He knows it's getting late, his concentration is going down. He just wants to get this over with and get back to ladder.
Oh, well, you know it. We've got to see what this is going to turn into. But we are going to be starting on Everdream once again. And we'll have to see if this man in the top right-hand corner is going to keep it easy breezy, macro cheesy. One way to find out. Playing for Team Liquid. Give it up for Euthermal.
And the blue dragon himself, he is Future.
Future. Anytime I hear the word future, I just think of like SpongeBob SquarePants where Squidward's like caught in the ice freezer and everything's crazy and he's just, Future.
Nowadays, we
Future.
chrome everything. Oh my god. That episode is so amazing. When he lies on the ground, just heavy breathing. Future! Future!
Do you think
And
that's
then-
what Euthermal did after the first series when he lost? Like, Future!
No, I think that's what he did when he realized he had to play him again. The first time around, he was running away from SpongeBob, and this time around, he's like, "Oh no, it's the future!"
No.
I'm only waiting for him. By the way, I kind of like the thought of Euthermal being Squidward.
I'm feeling the same thing. I think we could find a lot of similarities if we sat and really thought about it here. Interesting deviation here by Euthermal. It's going for that factory really, really quickly and has picked up his second gas. You might be onto something here, Black One. He might be making that transition to be a little bit on the aggressive side.
Well, there's no command center, so anything from now on counts. I think he's just going to pull the starport immediately after, and he has a proxy SCV ready to build it. It's already on the way. If I'm not too confused right now, I think we'll see first of all a Liberator and then a Banshee follow-up, and I'm already excited to see some really aggressive play out of Euthermal.
Yeah, and we were kind of talking about this in the break just a little bit, but thinking about just the time frames here. I mean, it's almost 4:45 in the afternoon in the United States where Future's at. So, I mean, middle of the afternoon, not too bad, but it's almost midnight in Europe, and that does provide for just a little bit of influence on the different play styles that these players decide to go for. So I think you and I kind of speculated that maybe Euthermal would begin to get a little bit more aggressive as to make the most of the energy that he has, and it looks like it's going to be the case here. He's going to move across the map with 3 Reapers and a couple of Hellions, and that's going to time out almost perfectly with the Liberator that's going to try and siege into the main base, and there really isn't anything back here. There's no engineering bay. There's no chance for turrets at this point. And it's going to take most, if not all, of the army of Future to hold off of the force at the front.
Okay, so Tech Lab coming down at that starport. The Reapers try to jump in the main base, but so does the Liberator. And so far, Future didn't really react super quick. He loses 3 SCVs. The Hellions and Reapers get into the natural, but there's just so much army there for Future. Will it be enough to overwhelm Future? I don't think so. The Liberator still sieged in the main base. He is taking off a lot of mining time off of Future, and now he's moving in to get into an even better position. The Cyclone should be able to clean it up now, but there is a Raven coming in.
A Raven! Okay.
This is a nice twist. So I expected him to go for a Banshee because the super forward position just really helps with Banshees coming out and being in your opponent's base super fast. But he decides to go for Raven harassment, and I'm curious how many Ravens he will go for with the starport on the other side of the map, because usually you go for 2 to 3 Ravens, right?
Yeah.
But that starport is just so deep in enemy's territory, and that Raven is pretty dead, and that's 100 minerals and 200 gas you'll never get back.
Yeah, and I mean, this is starting to snowball here for Euthermal. I mean, the army supply of Future is defending so very well, and it will just continue to expand. But more importantly, I mean, he's taking an income advantage when it counts the most. So Euthermal is finally leveling out his economy, so that's okay. That's not a bad place for him to play from. But, I mean, he's riding a very thin line at this point. He's getting that third base. He will be able to fly that out. In fact, actually, that third base is a little bit faster than Future's. So if Future's not careful, he could let that economic advantage slip away from him.
Let's talk Future, because he has been ahead quite a bit, actually. Man, those words really come out hard when it's closing in on midnight. He has been ahead in economy. He did go for the earlier command center, earlier mules. Euthermal did get a little bit of damage in, but not like the game deciding damage, especially since a lot of his essential units were picked off. Now Future is moving across the map, and he looks to put on the pressure. He has 2 Ravens and 3 tanks, and 3 tanks are a lot of damage. Those Ravens need those disables on the tanks, and now Future can just move in. Well, Euthermal, what's your plan now?
I mean, he's going to get a good surround on these tanks. It's just a matter of how many SCVs he can take before the tanks do fall, and it is going to be about 11. Geez, I just don't know. I don't know if that was enough damage here, because Euthermal's already got his third base out on site. He will be able to maximize the amount of drones SCVs that he's working with. I don't know. I don't think that was enough damage here. He's repositioned the starport to get a reactor, committing to keeping that out on the map. He's got another Raven here. He's going to be able to hold this down. And Future's in a position where he's got a better economic lead. But army-wise, I think Euthermal's okay, at least for now. He's stabilized.
Wait a second. How can it be that Euthermal, the guy that the cast is deemed behind, gets the upgrades first? Well, Future has been looking for a different kind of play here. He did go for a lot more air focused play. He did get those Vikings, those Ravens stayed alive, and he did go for a big push. All of that takes a lot of money away, and now, well, Uthermal can't get any medivacs.
Those medevacs are going to get shut down. The tank will not be killed off here, so that gas will be unable to complete. I don't think that can reach the mineral patch. No, not quite. It's just on the edge. These tanks will be able to clean this up. Not only that, oh, I mean, he got the medevacs out. Excuse me.
Look at those medevacs. They are almost dead, both of them.
That's nothing a good repair can't fix. Oh, yeah, this is not a good trade, Future. I mean, he's going to lose all of those Vikings to Marines. That's just not, like, in any way, shape, or form, that's not a good trade.
And somehow Uthermal managed to edge himself into a lead. And I am really curious how he did it. If you are really curious as well, make sure to check out the replay pack on Matcherino.
I like it. I like it. Sneaky, sneaky yet effective. We've got an armory just about finishing up here. A sensor tower is going to go down to help protect against any drops here as he does get engaged in on top of the third base. Uthermal's in a great position here where he can pick off this this floating command center, but it's going to have to be more workers as the repair is going to be very, very strong. The tanks will be able to hold this down. He's just going to have to rotate that base over to the top or to the 9 o'clock position. But look at the switch, 135 to 105. Uthermal has somehow grabbed hold of this game and has said, look at me, Future, look at me. I am the captain now. I am the one that has the army and the supply lead, and you need to respect that.
Look at me, I'm the captain now. That's pretty much what Uthermal meant. And, well, Future was forced to reposition his third base. Uthermal, like he did in the last match on Everdream between those two, he did position his third base in a different way. Now there's a drop in the main. Once again, Uthermal trying to pick Future apart, and he gets the command center. Meanwhile, at the natural of Uthermal, he takes down that run by as well, and now he's on top of the production with those Marines.
I mean, that was... Future had a moment where he needed to get work done in Uthermal's base, and unfortunately not. He loses his fourth base. He's not able to even get that planted. Fortunately, he was able to get his third base resituated, but even still, the starport is still proxied, and it is still making units that are meaningful in this game, and that is such a rough place to play from. And that was enough. Uthermal scraping it back from the edge here and one win away from advancing.
Uthermal is just so good at abusing positions on Everdream. Everdream is really all about getting into a good position because there are so many cliffs, there are so many choke points. If you get into a good position with your tanks, you will just wipe the opponent's army, and that's when sensor towers get really important in TVT, in other matchups as well, but especially TVT, because you have those big damage siege units with the tank, and man, fighting tanks with Marines is really hard if you don't have the positional advantage.
I suppose we need to jump over to the European server here for game number 2, but absolutely I agree, and it was Uthermal that was able to jump ahead and secure at least bare minimum putting Future on the back foot here, as now he has to try and come up with something possibly aggressive of his own to counter what Uthermal might be bringing into the second map of this series. But This could be possibly our last map of the day. Folks, what a great opportunity here to check out Match Arena, support one of our big sponsors and helping us get our players paid for this tournament. APSUS7 is the code you need to use to contribute 50 cents of your own free money. I keep saying that in the wrong way. But you can contribute 50 cents for absolutely no cost to your own. Of course, if you'd like to contribute even further, we of course would love that. Our players would love that. We talked about the replay pack that you can get access to for $5. We'll have all of the games from every series in this tournament from yesterday, today, and tomorrow. So it's a good deal. Please consider checking that out if you are interested. It not only helps support this event, but it gets you a great opportunity to support some awesome StarCraft 2 players here in 2020. Of course, I'd be remiss not to talk about our big sponsors in Titan EX1 and G Fuel. They're doing an awesome job of supporting not only this event here at Alpha X, but all of the different offerings that we are providing across many different streaming platforms. And we really appreciate their contributions to our organization as well. So on behalf of everybody here at Alpha X, thank you for helping make our organization possible in 2020. And thank you to the audience for being awesome people, sticking around and putting up with the antics of the American and just looking longingly at the right-hand side of the screen at the wonderful German Terran player that lives on that side. It's late. This is Black One After Hours. Like, let's be real.
Rawr. More of that on the OnlyFans.
Good stuff here. We are getting ready for game number 2. It is going to be on Pillars of Gold. Whenever Thermal decides to add himself into the game, we'll be set and ready to go. But what's your readout here? If you're Future and you're sitting down 0-1, where do you go to, Black One? What are you thinking?
So this is deciding whether you advance or not. I know for a fact Future is really comfortable when it comes to early game situations. Yet I don't think that that Proxy Reaper is especially his thing. So I'm thinking he's going for an aggressive but yet still macro oriented build. I could see him go for something like 4 Hellion Reaper drop, like a small lift build. Something like that could work out really well on this map. Maybe some Banshee shenanigans. We'll see, but Future has to bring it back.
And we'll have to see if he can, as he spawns into the top right-hand corner of Pillars of Gold. Our red Terran player. He needs your energy, chat. We're playing for Alpha X. Give it up for Future.
Well. If Future is Son Goku, then who is this down here? I'm betting it's Vegeta. He's just come back. He is ready to beat up some nerds. Let's get this party started with the liquid player, Thermal.
I actually just need to consult the record book here. Yep. You were actually 1 second short of the longest introduction of a player. I think I was hoping you'd stretch it out. I hear it's 9,000 seconds for the Vegeta opener.
I heard it was over 9,000 seconds.
What 9,000?
That's insanity.
Uh-oh.
Must be broke.
Hello. Hi. Man, now why, Black One? Why would you build 2 barracks at one time? At the 1 minute mark?
If you build 2 barracks at one time, you have one in case the other one dies.
Oh, yeah, that's really smart. I mean, Thermal clearly playing a safe... No, it's gonna be 2 racks Reaper, Black One. This is more cheese. you speculated that he might be aggressive because it's late, and it looks like you were right.
Well. Actually, there is one build, or there's kind of build that allows you to go for 2 barracks at home, which makes you pretty much unkillable for any early game shenanigans your opponent could pull, and it gets you that production, that extra bit of production very early on. Future now, again with great micro in those little skirmishes. The Reaper is about to go across the map, and he will find another Reaper, and he must be like, okay, where's this one coming from? You're supposed to have only one, and now there are 2 Reapers shelling away at not only the Reapers of Future, but also the Marines, and 3 Reapers. Well, now the pressure is on.
Yeah, and this is a very dangerous situation here. That bunker is very, very close to finishing, but unfortunately, the Marine's not going to be enough. That bunker will get shut down. Fortunately, he raised the supply depot, but oh, wait a minute. Those Reapers can jump up. So now it is a game for you, Thermal. How many SCVs can I kill before the Hellion gets out here? It looks like it's going to be 5, but look at how much of this production is immediately shut down here. He's already moving out of that Reaper production, but he's taken off so much off the top of that. 5 workers have gone down, lots of delayed mining time. I think this was a great 3 Reaper opener.
Well, this was amazing. Hugh Thermal once again showing off that he really is the second coming of Björn. Once there was a guy who was really good at controlling Reapers, but then the government came in and said, you shall not control Reapers, you shall go to the military. And we have not seen him since, but there was Hugh Thermal, and he just built Reapers in any matchup, and especially he liked building them in TVT. Now he did so he came after his prophecy to take the future with Reaper.
I think that's a story that I'm going to tell my kids at bedtime sometime in the near future. So thank you. I'm gonna make sure to clip that and learn that story memorize it by heart. We do have.
If you make money out of it, make sure to give me some of those copyright.
Oh, absolutely. There will be a currywurst in your future off of that.
Nice.
So I know how to make the Germans happy, and it's usually a pint of ale and a little bit of currywurst and fries. So that makes me happy too. We do have Stim on the way for both of our players, as both players are going to start transitioning here. But I can't help but notice that Euthermal has just a little bit more at his disposal. Now, Future's going to go into a slightly more technical path here. He does have a couple of Cyclones out. A tank is going to be able to anchor that down. A good scan from Euthermal is just going to confirm what he is in fact going into. He sees all the tech buildings out in his main base, so he doesn't have to worry about a proxy. He's like, no, that's what I'm supposed to do. But I wouldn't be surprised, just based off of what Euthermal's doing. I mean, are we going to see a push here soon? I mean, he's got so many Marines, and Stim is just about done.
Well, this is the big advantage of a 2-Rex opener. You just have so many Marines, and Euthermal decides to just pick him up and fly him directly into the main base of Future. And well, if there's something coming fast, then it's probably the Future. But as of right now, some liquid is flowing into Future space.
Yeah, but I think he's going to be ready for it. Oh, no.
Oh my god, he won!
Oh no!
My god.
That's actually maybe the worst case scenario here. Tanks are all out of position. The 16 Marines are going to have to move across the map, and now this becomes a game where Future has to deal a lot of damage here, or he has to zone this off entirely. But I don't think that's going to happen here. He's going to lose access to the reactor on his starport. He's going to lose so much more. There's not going to be really anything that comes up on the side here. But there's already Marines back at the natural here.
Once
Euthermal! Excuse me! Oh.
Once again, Marines moving out of position, but those tanks are way better positioned than those of Future Wear, and the mid-evac is getting low. GG is called.
Unfortunate timings for both players, but Euthermal going to do well enough to advance out of this group in second place. Congratulations to him. He will be joining Zerg, and Zerg in our playoffs set for tomorrow. So our group play has come to a close, and we have created our playoffs bracket. It will be starting tomorrow. Silky versus Euthermal will be a ZVT, followed by Namshar and sort of a ZVZ. The winners of those two matches will go on to face each other to play for a prize pool of $200 for first place. I mean, that's definitely a decent amount of money. I know our players will want to fight with everything that they've got, but everything is now set and in place. So any thoughts about our group today, Black One?
It was an amazing group, and if you guys out there are wondering how much money is this actually, well, Parting will tell you it's 10 chicken dinners. So I don't know about you, but 10 chicken dinners are amazing.
Outstanding stuff. So, of course, we are both very, very excited to cast tomorrow's playoffs and finals, and we sure hope that you'll be willing to join us right here, same time, same place, on play.africatv.com/alphaxsc2. But for now, I think that means we are going to be signing off here. Black One, where can we find you if we want to catch more of your content?
As per usual, you can find me on my Twitch account. I am called Black1SC2 up there. You can also find me on the Alpha X Discord. I'm usually around, open for any kind of criticism, as long as you're really nice. And maybe even if you pay me some food, I'd consider coaching.
Hey, all right. And of course, my name is Rushy. You can find me at twitch.tv/RushySC. You can also find me at twitter.com/RushySC. I'm a Master 3 Zerg. I do enjoy casting for various Alpha X events, and I enjoy playing some ladder myself. So if you want to see more of my content, please do consider checking that out. Of course, one last opportunity to check our match at Reno. Click that link. APSUS7 adds 50 cents of free money to the prize pool. So we really encourage you to check that out and help us reach our coupon code goal. But for now, we're going to say so long, farewell. We look forward to seeing you in tomorrow's playoffs. Same time, same place. 1 o'clock Central Daylight Time, 8 o'clock Central European Time. Play.africatv.com/alphaxsc2. On behalf of Black One and all of the rest of our team, my name is Rushy. We look forward to seeing you next time. Take care, and we love you.